Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
And good morning to you. You're taking a live look at M&T Bank Stadium this morning. Ravens Nations, we're all waking up victorious after a close game against the Cleveland Browns. We'll have a closer look at that close plays and the reaction from fans coming up. But good morning, y'all. I'm Taylor Stewart. It's October 24th, and we're starting off kind of yucky this week. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for your forecast. Very slick roads out there.
Yeah, definitely wet conditions this morning, Taylor. Some of that rain that started late yesterday afternoon hanging with us this morning as well. Let's take a look at that HD radar. Some of the heavier rain, Bel Air over to Aberdeen, up into Edgewood. That's what we're seeing at this time. We pull back a little bit further, and we are definitely seeing more of those showers that continue to roll through. Even if it's not heavy rain, it's still kind of misty out there for this morning. Numbers right now mainly in the mid to upper 50s, so it is not super cold. However, our weather story is showing us a misty Monday morning with a few of those showers left over for the afternoon, and temperatures for the most part staying mild. So yeah, it will be a wet commute. There's no doubt about that. Numbers in the 50s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, first a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. You can see those live cameras here. And everything's moving pretty clearly. You're off to a good start today as we begin our Monday. In a city in crisis, the recent uptick in deadly violence continues. 10 people have been shot since Friday afternoon. 3 of those victims died. Now, last week saw a number of deadly shootings, including the murder of an M&T bus driver. They're now searching for this man, Leon Douglas Hill, in connection with that shooting death of Elaine Jackson. Fox 45's News' Riel Creighton has the latest from this weekend's violence and the impact it's having on the city.
A steady stream of violence. You'll have to rattle off the reality of a weekend in Baltimore. Saturday night, a man is shot and killed at Register Lane and Normal Avenue. Before the night is over, another shooting at Olmsted Street and Grace Court. The victim is alive. Overnight, a woman is shot in the 100 block of South Charles. It's gunfire that rings out across the city from mid-afternoon into the night. From Friday on, 3 dead, 7 wounded. More than numbers, lives lost, families destroyed, and changed forever.
When you see the same thing happening again and again and again.
For that, it's exasperation from faith leaders like Bishop Angel Nunez.
People want to leave. There are those that cannot leave. And so they feel this oppression, they feel this darkness, they feel hopeless.
Life under a dark cloud of murder, raining misery on the city for most of the last decade. Nunez says what he hears from his congregation is that they're not immune to the violence.
The people are concerned. The people are nervous. The people are scared. They're not like, oh, okay, here's another year, another 300.
People feeling more vulnerable than they ever have before.
People are suffering.
This month, October, doing little to clear the air, outpacing last year's ghastly milestone, an onslaught with 23 dead in the last 23 days. Nunez among those in the religious community calling for both tougher penalties and for a crisis that runs this deep, help from above.
We need divine intervention. Hello? Maybe you haven't seen it. 8 years, 7 years, whatever. We need divine intervention.
A new study out of Harvard University shows 64% of Americans are blaming rising crime on woke politicians. Here in Baltimore, some experts point to policy as the reason behind the rising crime. For example, City's Attorney Marilyn Mosby not prosecuting what she calls low-level crime, or Mayor Brandon Scott not allowing the police to get squeegee kids out of intersections.
A hands-off approach doesn't work, hasn't worked. And, we can be hopeful. We've got a state's attorney coming in now in Ivan Bates that has made it clear that he intends to restore actual law enforcement.
Now, some argue those policies are also behind staffing shortages within the police department in Baltimore City. BPD rolled out several incentives to try to attract new officers back in August, but vacancies have only gone up since then from 392 to 420. We want to know what you think, though. Do you blame so-called woke politicians for the recent rise in crime? So far, 94% of voters say yes. Go over to head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. And make sure you join us for your next Your Voice, Your Future town hall at the Huber Memorial Church on Loch Raven Boulevard. It happens today at 6:30 p.m. The subject revolves around young people and crime and whether the answer lies in the church. Now we're waiting to hear from prosecutors in the federal case against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby after her defense team filed a request for the case to be moved out of Baltimore. The request came on Friday. It's under seal, which means it's not clear why Mosby wants her case moved. In the past, her defense team argued negative local media coverage had tainted the potential jury pool, even though Mosby herself has appeared on national media discussing this case. It's also not clear where Mosby's defense team wants the trial to be held. It could be moved out of state or to Maryland's only other federal courthouse in Greenbelt.
Most of the jurors very likely will come from Prince George's County, people of color. So perhaps her defense team may believe they'll get a more favorable jury pool in the Southern District of Maryland.
I don't know that she's necessarily going to get a jury that's more favorable to her. They certainly would not be as familiar with the facts of the case.
Marilyn Mosby's trial has already been pushed back twice. It's now set to begin on March 27th. We'll let you know when the outcome of the change of venue request comes through. Happening today across Maryland, Baltimore's historic Lexington Market will reopen with a soft launch, unveiling a $44 million redevelopment project that has been in the making for 4 years now. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance will join us from the market live with a preview. And Baltimore County will be holding a hearing into solid waste regulation changes in Towson. Also keep in mind the Oakview Group will be revealing the name of the new Baltimore Arena. And today in Howard County, Executive Calvin Ball and other public safety health officials will give us a status update on the lead program. This will mark the 1-year anniversary of that program.
This is a textbook case of spending taxpayer dollars without oversight, without accountability.
Questions this morning as Children's Center meant to honor murdered families sits empty. We investigate why and how much taxpayer money could be going to waste. Plus, it is a cloudy and wet start this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we'll dry out. You'll find that out after the break. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News Edition, early edition, all local, all morning.
Time right now, just about 4:40 on your Weather Authority forecast. Starting off wet this morning, seeing some of those rain showers. Bel Air up into Elkton, the heavier rain at this time. The rest of us definitely dealing with the misty conditions. So as you get out the door here in the next couple of hours, rain jacket and umbrella. Keep it with you. Really no need for the sunglasses today as we're going to stay mostly cloudy. Temperatures are not going to be too bad. Overall, kind of mild today, but we do have a yellow light there on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow with those roads wet as you head out. Taylor?
Developing now, the two Koreas exchanged warning shots amid high tensions after North Korea's weapons testing. Now, South Korea sent a warning and fired shots to repel a merchant ship. It says it was violating a disputed sea boundary. North Korea's military says it responded by firing 10 rounds of artillery shells as a warning to South Korea. Now, this comes after North Korea carried out a string of weapons tests responding to what it claimed were provocative military drills between the U.S. and South Korea. Russia's defense minister is accusing Ukraine of planning to provoke Moscow with a dirty bomb that would scatter radioactive waste. The bombs don't have the devastating effect of nuclear explosions, but would expose broad areas to radioactive contamination. A Russian politician who has served as the Minister of Defense of Russia made that stark claim to his counterparts in the U.S., Britain, France, Turkey. The U.S. dismissed the claims as, quote, transparently false. Britain's defense minister also strongly rejected the accusations, warning Russia against using it as a pretext for escalation.
The pandemic moving doctors' visits from in-person to online. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. The changes that could impact where you can receive care from the comfort of your own home.
And new numbers this morning revealing an alarming reality within Baltimore City schools. We break down the latest numbers from the nation's report card coming up. 3, 2, 1. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. Monday morning on the National Desk. Recession, part of the national conversation, along with unrelenting inflation from the grocery shelves to the gas pump. A former White House economic advisor joining us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You are watching Fox 45 News. It's definitely early, all local, all morning. In your health headlines this morning, the telemedicine services exploded during the pandemic, but one perk may be going away in some states. The National Desk's Angela Brown has the story.
Several states are ending their COVID emergency declarations or have ended those declarations, pausing one perk that allows patients to see doctors across state lines through video visits. My video visit with Dr. Dodds, the same way she connected with her patients early pandemic.
At the time that we were shut down, it was every patient.
Dr. Dodds, an associate professor of nursing at Cedarville University, now down to 2 or 3 virtual sessions per day as a family nurse practitioner. But if her patients go on vacation out of state, she may not be their first call because she practices in Ohio.
We cannot do telehealth visits across state lines.
The Federation of State Medical Boards just releasing this update. Nearly 40 states and Washington, D.C. have ended emergency declarations, making it easier for doctors to use video visits to see patients in another state. Paul Siegert, managing partner at PCS Advisors.
So some of these states that are ending it are saying, well, we'll allow it to continue for continuity of care if you already started with a physician across state lines, but not for new stuff.
Other providers are ending the option altogether, regardless of patient started care.
Most of them are shutting down their telehealth availability across state lines because it's too much to keep up with.
But telemedicine is not going away. In fact, Dr. Dodd says it will only get bigger.
I really see telemedicine right now exploding in the psych mental health fields because it's easy to do a visit and follow up on medication.
A June report from Payments, a business and economy website, says in May, 26% of U.S. patients sought telemedicine and remote counseling services compared to 21% in November of 2021. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Trending this morning, the Houston Astros will meet the Philadelphia Phillies in the World Series. Now, this will be the 4th time in 6 years the Houston Astros have won the American League pennant, and the Astros completed their sweeps of the Yankees with their 6-5 win last night. The Phillies beat the San Diego Padres 4-3. They'll be moving on to the World Series for the first time since 2009. Phillies fans celebrating in the streets after their team clinches the National League pennant. Fans will be back in the stands in Philadelphia for Game 3 of the World Series. Game 4 and, if necessary, Game 5 will also be played in Philly. The best of 7 World Series will begin in Houston on Friday. You can obviously watch it right here on Fox 45. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast today. And I'll tell you right now, it really wasn't pretty coming in, Justin.
Yeah, definitely the rain that is with us here this morning. Still kind of the misty conditions as well. You can see that from our Towson camera, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, continuing to see that wet weather. And we had that rain that basically started at the end of the game yesterday afternoon here in Baltimore. And it's been raining off and on through last night and even into the morning time. Temperatures, though, are not too bad. 57-year temperature right now in Towson, a little north wind at about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Heaviest rain for you is in Bel Air, out through Aberdeen, up into Port Deposit, up into Cecil County, moving over to Perry Hall and White Marsh, just north of Essex and Middle River. When you pull back a little bit further, you can see some of the rain that is rolling up toward Philly as the fans there waking up happy this morning for sure. And you can see the larger picture. It's that coastal low that we talked about last week moving in. That's exactly what happened yesterday afternoon, kind of hanging around right there, that area of low pressure bringing in those rain showers. And it's going to keep us cloudy throughout the next couple of hours and basically into the afternoon with a couple of scattered showers. Now, not looking for a lot of rain over the next few days, but we'll definitely stay overcast. You can see on your Rise and Shine cast, temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 50s for the next few hours. Sun comes up at 7:26, but won't see much of the sun for today. 66 is our average high this time of year. Going to be pretty close to that number for a lot of us, even with the cloud cover for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 65 Chestertown and Stevensville, 63 in Annapolis, and numbers up and down the 95 corridor, staying mainly in the 60s. Look at the warmer air in areas in the Ohio River Valley down through Charleston, West Virginia, and Roanoke in the 70s today. So we're not getting in on that because we'll have that cloud cover sort of socking us in. And basically, that means the car wash cast, 3 red lights. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to basically at least have some form of precipitation hanging around. And that's what's going to be taking place here. You can see that on our future scan. A lot of that cloud cover around today. Again, not a lot of heavy rain. You'll get a couple of scattered showers later tonight into tomorrow morning and into tomorrow afternoon, a few scattered showers as well. Even on Wednesday, still some leftover rain as another cold front comes through. That's going to drop our temperatures later this week, but it will dry us out as we get into Thursday and Friday, as a ridge of high pressure will start to slide back in. And overall, pretty nice conditions for this upcoming weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast. 60s today. We'll get to the lower 70s Tuesday and Wednesday, even with those clouds around, and then those numbers back off a bit, back into the 60s as we head toward Halloween weekend. Taylor?
Alrighty, now let's check the Lens Alert traffic network for your drive times. Everything moving smoothly this early in the morning, and be mindful as you head up for your commute to check back in with us here on Fox 45 News. Let's go ahead and check in with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find a delay. It's Penn Train 401 that's presently running about 15 to 20 minutes late for the start. Allowed time for travel in that instance. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. On-time service for the start in both directions of Light Rail Link and Metro Subway Link, good to go for travel between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Monday travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A political landscape changing by the day. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at how voters are feeling and why many of them are so fired up.
Plus, are young voters ready for the midterm elections? Why some officials are concerned they aren't. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your Vote 2022 coverage, we are almost 2 weeks away from Election Day. And early voting in Maryland starts on Thursday. It's already underway in many other states. Now, candidates are making their closing arguments to voters. As national correspondent Christine Frizzell reports, those arguments are changing by the day.
They are pictures that tell a story of an electorate that is fired up.
If the wrong person gets into office, then even more things could change just for my community.
We need to clean this up. It can be done.
With just a little more than 2 weeks to go, early voting numbers have been breaking records. A brand new NBC News poll shedding light on what's at stake for voters, around 80% of whom believe the opposing party's agenda poses a threat that could destroy America. That same poll also hammering home just how close the races have become.
And it's a fight. These are close races. It's like the Olympics. In a half a second, you could be gold, silver, bronze, or honored to be an Olympian.
The latest Senate forecast from Real Clear Politics now showing Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada slipping away from Democrats. Republicans seizing on nearly every recent poll that shows inflation and the economy as the top issues.
Right now, we've got a Democratic Congress that rubber stamps everything Joe Biden does. And he wants more spending that results in inflation.
But some top Democrats say it's not the policies, but the messaging around them that needs to change.
What are the Republicans talking about? They want to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid at a time when millions of seniors are struggling to pay their bills.
As far as who will deliver those messages, look for a Democratic president to be hitting the campaign trail. Only it won't be the current one. Former President Barack Obama scheduled to visit Michigan and Georgia in the coming days.
That's the America I know. That's the choice in this election.
In 2010, as president, Obama attended at least 16 campaign events in the month before the election. Former President Trump held 26 rallies, though both presidents lost their majorities in the House.
I don't think rallies have proved effective for candidates in the midterms.
A shift in strategy as both sides look for a boost in momentum with just over 2 weeks to go. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
President Joe Biden acknowledges that voters are right to see his age as an election issue. Biden will be turning 80 years old next month. He's already the oldest president in history. If he were to run again in 2024 and win, he'd be 86 years old by the end of the second term. Biden says he's in good health and both physically and mentally strong. He says voters should judge his energy level rather than his age.
I think it's a legitimate thing to be concerned about anyone's age, including mine. I think that's totally legitimate. But I think the best way to make the judgment is to watch me. Am I slowing up? Don't have the same pace? I don't think you're that confident.
Now, according to an Associated Press poll, just 5 in 10 Democrats want Biden to run again. On the Republican side, former President Donald Trump is just a few years younger. He turned 76 years old this year. Independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders says he's worried about voter turnout among young people in the midterms. Sanders says he thinks Democrats should be doing more to fight Republicans on inflation and economic issues. He thinks Democrats should be emphasizing their pro-worker platform in contrast to what he calls the corporate agenda of Republicans. Sanders is planning an 8-state blitz in the days leading up to the election.
I am worried about the level of voter turnout among young people and working people who will be voting Democratic. And I think, again, what Democrats have got to do is contrast their economic plan with the Republicans.
Early in-person voting has already started in many states with competitive elections this midterm cycle. In Georgia, Ohio, North Carolina, and Nevada, polls show Republicans with a solid path to gaining control of the House. And be sure to check out your Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election, plus those important dates to have on your calendar. Just scan the QR code on your screen and it will take you straight there, or you can head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. Make sure these key days are in your calendar. November 8th, that is Election Day. Early voting starts October 27th. We'll start it and we'll run through November 23rd. Ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And remember, those same-day registration forms will be available on Election Day, but only if you have proof of your address.
Baltimore City Public Schools seeing one of the steepest declines in the nation when it comes to school test scores. Coming up, a live look at the numbers.
The transformed Lexington Market is officially opening this morning. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what the new version of this historic market has to offer.
Wet start to your Monday. We'll take a look at how long this rain sticks around on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Yeah, just about 5 o'clock, and you're taking a live look from M&T Bank Stadium this Monday morning. Ravens waking up barely victorious this morning after a close matchup against Cleveland Browns. We'll have a closer look at the team's win. A reaction from fans, that's coming up in just a little bit. Well, thank you for waking up with us on this October 24th. I'm Tom Rogers.
Good morning. I'm Taylor Stewart.
Yeah, Monday morning, we all play quarterback. Monday morning, quarterback. But still, yet another game in the fourth quarter where you're like,
what's happening?
What is going on?
Yeah,
right.
I know. Maybe the rain, maybe the wet condition. We can't even say that, can we, anymore? We've lost the right to say that.
Yes, we have. And let's find out exactly how long it's going to rain this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. The game yesterday, did you get to watch it?
They tried to give it away, didn't they?
They did.
I mean, they had
times.
But it's all good. We got the victory.
Yeah.
It's a victory Monday. The rain started kind of at the end of the game, and now we've got still some showers left over here this morning, and we're going to have to do Purple Thursday this week, because remember, they're on Thursday Night Football in Tampa. That's their next game. Live cam in Towson, this is what it looks like as you step outside. We still have to deal with some of that wet weather. Not really a lot of heavy rain for a lot of us. You're still kind of seeing that up in Harford County and Cecil County up there. Now it's moving north and west of 95 from Bel Air, north of Aberdeen as well. No lightning strikes or anything like that. We're just seeing some steady showers. But temperatures are mainly in the 50s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. Mid-50s in Rosedale over to Essex and Middle River as well. We're going to keep the wet conditions out there, so go slow on your morning commute. Just know it will be wet throughout most of the morning drive, and temperatures staying in the 50s. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Justin. Breaking from the Live Center this morning, new numbers show math and reading scores fell across the country last year, erasing decades of progress in public schools.
And Baltimore City Public Schools is seeing one of the steepest declines in the nation.
Shannon Lilly is joining us now from our Live Center with the new numbers just out this morning. Shannon.
Yeah, the results come from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, which was administered from January to March of this year to 4th and 8th graders nationwide. Now, reading and math scores both fell. In fact, for math, it was the single biggest one-year decline since record-keeping started back in 1969. So let's take a look at this graph just for Baltimore City Public Schools. This one shows the average math scores for 4th graders, and you can see right here where the scores are for the nation. Then large cities and Baltimore City fell significantly below all of those numbers. Baltimore City is one of 23 districts who saw a score decrease. In fact, it saw the largest decrease in scores at 15 points. The Maryland 4th graders who took the test scored on average 10 points lower in mathematics and 7 points lower in reading than students in 2019. 8th graders' average scores fell 11 points in math and 5 points in reading. A few nationwide key takeaways in this new report. Nearly 4 in 10 8th graders failed to grasp basic math concepts in this year's test. There was an average 8-point decline in 8th grade math scores. And just for some context, a 10-point gain or loss is considered the equivalent to a full year of school. Now, while many are quick to blame the pandemic closures, the test results show significant declines were still seen even in districts that returned to the classroom early. Students that scored higher on the tests were also more likely to have regular access to a quiet space, a reliable computer and internet connection, and also help from their teachers. Now, the National Assessment of Educational Progress is typically administered every other year. Samples were collected in 2022 from 224,000 4th graders from 5,700 schools and 220,000 8th graders from 51,000 schools. That's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor and Tom, back to you.
Happening today, the Lexington Market is set to open its doors following a massive upgrade.
Yeah, for more than 200 years, Lexington Market has been a staple in Baltimore, but now the historic market is getting a new look.
That's right. Olivia Dance joins us live now outside that market. Olivia, what can you tell us about this upgrade?
Well, good morning, Taylor and Tom. And as you mentioned, the Lexington Market, which is right behind me here, the transformed Lexington Market, will be reopening this morning. And this multi-million-dollar project has been years in the making, but today the community will get their first glance inside. Now, after getting hundreds of applications, the market's going to be home to around 50 different local vendors that best represent Baltimore. The Transform Lexington Market website also previews a new plaza with seating and room for events that's located in between the space of the old and new market. The new market features an upper area filled with prepared foods and specialty vendors, and then there's a lower level that will feel kind of like a grocery department with fresh foods. The process of redeveloping the historic market included input from the community. So be sure to stop by today to see all that this new market has to offer. And for a list of vendors, you can visit transformlexington.com or also our website at foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 5:04, now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News investigating a potential waste of tax dollars. An after-school center for kids built to honor a Baltimore family who were murdered 20 years ago is now sitting unused. All 7 members of the Dawson family were killed in a firebomb attack in October of 2002. A drug dealer retaliated against the family after Angela Dawson, the mother, reported neighborhood drug activity to police. Now, 2 decades later, Fox 45 News received a tip that the Dawson Safe Haven Center has not been used for several years. This is sparking concern over the lack of oversight for the city-owned property.
This is a textbook case of spending taxpayer dollars without oversight, without accountability, because now you have this property that's in disrepair that taxpayers spent a lot of money on.
Now, if it was not the 20th anniversary of this tragedy, it's not even clear how long this unused property would continue to go unnoticed. Online property records for the state of Maryland list the mayor and city council of Baltimore as the owners of this property. Meanwhile, the mayor's office ignoring our request about the building.
And in the week ahead, Fox 45 News will continue asking questions about a program that's supposed to help curb crime. Fox 45 has been investigating the Safe Streets program for months. Last week, City Council had a chance to bring some clarity to the program in an investigative hearing with program leaders. However, council members failed to address the question we've been asking for months. These include, who are the current employees? What does their training look like? What, if any, measurable guidelines are in place for the organizations running these locations? And how does the public know these organizations are keeping tabs on Safe Streets operation? Councilman Yichi Slafer ended last week's meeting early, saying it went too far off track. And he says he wants answers, too.
I mean, we're going to get the information. So I think there's a lesson learned, and that is that there needs to be better communication with the council when there's going to be shifts to major programming like this. We definitely need more transparency across the board from every agency, specifically as it relates to this program. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about how this program works, the locations that it's in, the mixed data that we've been seeing. And so it is important that we have a lot more communication and that they over communicate instead of under communicate.
Councilman Scheifler also weighing in on the apparent communication breakdown over the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore earlier this month. An exclusive Fox 45 investigation found emails showing nearly 24 hours went by the day before the Maryland Department of Environment told the Department of Public Works to issue that boil water advisory, and the agency actually doing it.
At first, in this whole situation, we thought it was either complete incompetence or intentional neglect for the well-being of the residents of West Baltimore. And now these emails are revealing that it's actually both.
Now, you can find our entire interview with Councilman Schleifer on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Baltimore City seeing yet another deadly weekend. Still ahead, why some say woke politicians are to blame.
It's a wet start to your Monday morning. We're going to take a look at how long this rain sticks around and what the temperatures do this week as well. 5:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Starting off with a few showers right now, mainly right there, moving out of Bel Air up into parts of Pennsylvania. Even though the rain not being picked up on the radar, still a bit misty out there. And that's what we'll be dealing with here through the next couple of hours. A few afternoon showers on the way with temperatures staying mild for today. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Trending this morning, teenagers across the U.S., they love their Chick-fil-A.
They do. In fact, a recent Piper Sandler survey ranking Chick-fil-A as Gen Z's top restaurant, with 15% of respondents listing it as their favorite choice. Starbucks coming in second at 12%. Now followed by Chipotle 7%, McDonald's 6%, while Chick-fil-A's opposition to same-sex marriage has been the center of some political debates and calls for some boycotts. Food industry research firm Technomic found Chick-fil-A had 2,730 outlets and hit nearly $16 billion in sales just in 2021.
Kanye West hiring a big name to handle his business dealings. Still ahead, the nationally known case giving one attorney her big break.
And Halloween is right around the corner. How some of you are getting into the spooky mood. 5:12 is the time. Nice shot for a spooky Monday morning scene. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In your entertainment news this morning, Lana Del Rey says her backpack was stolen, and in it, a laptop that had her new album on it, plus a book she'd been working on. Now, the singer said someone also took multiple hard drives and a camera when they broke into her car a few months ago. She wiped the computer with a 200-page book, but some of the music has already been leaked. Del Rey asked people not to listen to it, saying she's, quote, confident in the record to come.
Kanye West has reportedly hired an attorney well known for a big legal victory to handle his business dealings. West, now known as Ye, has hired a team of lawyers, including Camille Vasquez, who successfully represented actor Johnny Depp in his defamation trial against former wife and actress Amber Heard. The hiring comes amid some recent business issues. Luxury fashion designer cut ties with Kanye West over controversies. He has faced backlash over wearing White Lives Matters t-shirt and making alleged anti-Semitic comments.
It's all treats and no tricks for these animals at the Brookfield Zoo.
Yeah, in fact, tortoises, porcupines, goats, sloth, bears, all munching on some pumpkins as part of their early Halloween celebration. Other animals, such as African lions, and got their pumpkins and with a special meat and bone treat stuffed inside. Pumpkins provide a special treat and some enrichment, though, for some tools, enriching tools for those animals.
Okay, interesting. And look at this. Some elephants had a smashing good time at a zoo in Oregon. A group of Asian elephants took part in the zoo's 24th annual Squishing of the Squash, with them taking on those extra large pumpkins after they finished. The elephants got to chomp down on them as an after snack activity. The event led up to the zoo's annual Halloween celebration, which takes place later this month. I guess everyone does.
Yeah, well, eBay is removing some Jeffrey Dahmer-themed Halloween costumes from its online listings. Netflix hit series titled Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, has sparked intense interest in the cannibal and serial killer. eBay's policy states it does not allow, quote, listings that promote or glorify violence or violent acts. Now, that includes the individuals who are notorious for committing violence. Popular Netflix series has been criticized for being insensitive to Dahmer's victims.
And happening now, Halloween is coming up, quickly approaching here. We want to see your decorations and your costumes, all your spooky, stunning pictures. Go ahead and send us your photos and videos. We might see them here on air or online. Just head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Let's take a look at some of them. Look at this unbelievable picture sent to us from Jessica in Westminster. Just an amazing sunset sky last night. Thank you so much, Jessica, for sending this in.
That's gorgeous. Katie sent us these two beautiful pictures of the magnificent fall colors in Carroll County. Thank you, Katie. It's nice to see those fall colors coming through.
Aaron sent us this picture of autumn vibes. Look at that. Thank you, Aaron.
Let's head over to your meteorologist, Justin Chambers. It doesn't really look like fall today. It doesn't really feel like fall to me. It just feels kind of gross.
All right, well. Temperatures are in the 50s right now. It's not bad temperature-wise, and we definitely have the rain that is out there here, at least for some of us. Not dealing with the heavy rain, but the misty conditions are continuing here this morning as we look out over M&T Bank Stadium on your Victory Monday. 57 is your temp right now officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall, and you can see the rain showers that we're seeing just north of Bel Air over toward Port Deposit into parts of northern Hartford and Cecil counties. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rain at this time. The rest of us just kind of dealing with the leftover mist and all of the cloud cover that is around at this hour. It's all part of a coastal low, this large area of low pressure that's just kind of sitting off the coast. This moved in yesterday afternoon. That's what started the rain showers as we got later into the afternoon and continued into the evening time through the overnight hours. Now, as we look at our hourly future scan, next couple of hours, you'll see a couple of scattered showers, but we're not talking about a lot more rain. So not a lot of those big green blobs on there. Mainly cloudy for today, even through about 1 o'clock this afternoon. A couple of scattered showers here and there. And then as we get into about 5, 6, 7 o'clock this evening, you'll see the potential of a few more of those stray showers rolling in before we get into the overnight hours. Some kids off today, but those who are going to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they got the rain gear ready to go with temperatures in the mid-50s here through 7 a.m. Lower 60s by noontime and recess, and we'll be in the mid-60s later this afternoon. It will be mainly cloudy with, again, just a couple of scattered showers here and there, but good to have that rain gear handy just in case. And numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the 60s today, which is about average for this time of year. 63 Westminster and Eldersburg, same number in the Hereford zone. Low to mid 60s for Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Dundalk this afternoon. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties, we'll keep those 60s going for Ellicott City and Elkridge over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 63 in Annapolis. Eastern Shore also in those 60s with the cloud cover around for Centerville out through Denton, down through Easton there, even down into Cambridge at 64 this afternoon. So what that low is going to do, well, it will eventually start tracking to the north, but with that cloud cover, we're going to be kind of stuck right there in this pattern here for the next couple of days. So we're not going to see much in the way of sunshine. We'll try to get that later this week as our next weather maker, a cold front, that's going to come through late Wednesday into Thursday. That's going to sweep out the moisture, dry us out, and we'll see more sunshine, but those temperatures drop a little bit as we head into the weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast. 60s today into the lower 70s Tuesday and Wednesday, even with the cloud cover around. Right about 69 on Thursday, and then overall looking nice as we approach the weekend. Next chance for rain showers after the next few days will be on Sunday afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network on this Monday morning, and you see, yes, the rain continues to fall. No issues to report, thankfully, out there on this Monday morning, so that's some great news around the Baltimore region out on the roads. Now let's get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA, and Mark, make sure all riders are grabbing the umbrella before they head out, right?
Oh, yeah, that's very good advice, Tom. Take that umbrella with you. You're definitely going to need it at the bus or train stop this morning. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Camden train 841 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Light rail link right on time from end to end. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, you'll find on-time service there in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby seeking to have her trial location moved. Who she's blaming for possibly an unfair trial, she claims, in Baltimore City.
The month of October have been gripped with violence in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear what faith leaders are calling for to stop the bloodshed. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.525, and in your Monday morning consumer news, Halloween shoppers looking for sweet deals on candy are for a sour shock, with the average prices of the most popular treats taking a jump over last year.
That's right. Data Assembly's grocery price index shows the 10 most popular candies rose on average 13% in price since last year. Those brands are like Skittles, Starburst. Those are increasing 30%. Data Assembly's CEO says supply chain issues and rising energy costs and the increased cost of sugar are to blame for the price hike.
Well, inflated prices are jolting interest rates to buy, are causing many home buyers to take twice as long to sell for those sellers than they did just a few months ago. Data from real estate brokerage firm Redfin shows on average homes sat on the market for around 34 days. Some home mortgage rates are now almost 7%. One Redfin economics expert says buyers who can afford higher rates should attempt to negotiate lower purchase prices before committing to those deals. More electric vehicle charging stations could be hacked, according to a technology group. Experts at the Checkpoint Software Technology say EV stations are vulnerable to these attacks and need hacking prevention. Hackers can manipulate back-end servers, which means drivers' identities can be falsified with toll systems, and charging station grids can be hacked to cause stability issues. EV owners should use unique password, two-factor authentication, and use separate credit cards for EV charging to track those transactions.
It was a violent weekend, leaving many residents questioning what is fueling the gunfire. Still ahead, looking at the latest incidents and what could be a possible solution.
Jury selection in the criminal trial against the Trump organization begins today. What it could mean for the organization and the former president himself. It's 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this half-hour deadly weekend, prompting questions to what is fueling the violence. We'll take a look at the alarming trend.
And a potential venue change in the federal case against Baltimore City State's attorney, Marilyn Mosby. Why her defense team wants the trial moved out of Baltimore.
Plus, another close win for the Baltimore Ravens over the Cleveland Browns, but are fans satisfied? Your response is just ahead.
Good Monday morning to you. It is October 24th. It's kind of slick out there, but it's a good day.
It is.
Taylor
It's a
Stewart.
Monday.
Yeah, it's a
Taylor
Monday.
Stewart and Tom Rogers, and we are trying to wake you up. If you look outside and you're like, I don't know if I want to go out there, go ahead. Just grab your umbrella.
We're already in, right? You know what I mean?
You're
Just
awake
started,
anyway.
Started anyways. Meteorologist Justin Chambers to look at your forecast. Justin, will it warm up today a little bit?
Well, temperatures are going to stay mainly in the 60s, similar to what we saw yesterday, guys, even though with the cloud cover that'll be out there, it will kind of look and like one of those days where you just have to deal with some of the rain, even though it's not really officially raining a lot. Right now, you can take a look outside from our Towson camera, and this is mainly just the mist that is on the camera lens. So we're not dealing with heavy rain, but those roads are wet. There is no doubt about that. The heaviest rain moving out of northern Harford County, just kind of clipping northeastern Baltimore County, moving up toward PA at this time. Mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air right now, 57 in Baltimore City. So, yeah, it's going to be wet for your run or your jog in the next couple of hours if you do want to be outside. Those numbers do stay in the 50s. We'll top out in the 60s this afternoon, and we'll see some 70s into Tuesday and Wednesday, even though we keep those clouds around for the next couple of days. Closer look at that full forecast in just a few minutes.
Now to the Lens Alert Traffic Network, you can see those live cameras here. Everything moving pretty smoothly for now.
5:31 to a city in crisis. The recent uptick in deadly violence continues. 10 people have been shot just since Friday afternoon, 3 of those victims dying. Last week saw a number of deadly shootings, including the murder of an MTA bus driver, where police say they're still searching for this man, Leon Douglas Hill, in connection with the shooting death of Elaine Jackson. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with the latest weekend violence and its impact that it's having on the city. Olivia.
A new study out of Harvard University shows 64% of Americans are blaming rising crime on woke politicians. Here in Baltimore, some experts point to a policy as the reason behind rising crime. For example, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby not prosecuting what she calls low-level crime, or Mayor Brandon Scott not allowing police to get squeegee kids off of the street corners.
A hands-off approach doesn't work, hasn't worked. And, we can be hopeful. We've got a state's attorney coming in now in Ivan Bates that has made it clear that he intends to restore actual law enforcement.
Some analysts argue those policies are also behind staffing shortages within the Baltimore Police Department. BPD rolled out several incentives to try to attract new officers back in August, but the vacancies have only gone up since then, from 392 to 420.
And we want to know what you think about this. You blame so-called woke politicians for the recent rise in crime. So far, 94% of voters responded yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Please join us for your next Your Voice, Your Future town hall at Hoover Memorial Church on Loch Raven Boulevard. It happens today at 6:30 p.m. The subject revolves around young people and crime and whether the answer lies in the church.
We're now waiting to hear from prosecutors in the federal case against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby after her defense team filed a request for the case to be moved out of Baltimore. The request came Friday and it's under seal, which means it's not clear why Mosby wants her case moved. Now, in the past, her defense team has argued negative local media coverage had tainted the potential jury pool, even though Mosby herself has appeared on national media multiple times discussing the case. It's also not clear where the Mosby's defense team wants the trial to be held. It could be moved out of state or to Maryland's only other federal courthouse in Greenbelt.
Most of the jurors very likely will come from Prince George's County, people of color. So perhaps her defense team may believe they'll get a more favorable jury pool in the Southern District of Maryland.
I don't know that she's necessarily going to get a jury that's more favorable to her. They certainly would not be as familiar with the facts of the case.
Mosby's trial has already been pushed back twice. It's now set to begin March 27th, and we'll let you know the outcome of the change of venue request.
The Trump Organization's tax fraud trial begins today. Shannon Lilly is in our live center with the latest this morning. Shannon.
And Taylor, we are looking live right now over New York City, and that is where selection for the criminal trial against the Trump Organization begins today. Now, the organization, which is the holding company for the former president, is accused of fraud and helping some top executives avoid income taxes. As for what it could mean for the president himself,
he is not personally charged. I don't expect that that's going to change, although it obviously could. The company can't go to jail, but this can be very, very problematic for his company.
Now, we're told Trump did sign some of the checks at the center of this very case. But again, he is not charged with anything as of now, and he is not even expected to testify or attend the trial. The star witness of the trial is Trump's longtime CFO, Alan Weiselberg, who has already pleaded guilty to 15 related felony counts, including accepting untaxed benefits, which included school tuition for his grandchildren. Now, his testimony is part of a plea agreement requiring him to spend up to 5 months in jail. And again, jury selection beginning in Manhattan's New York State Supreme Court today. We will be sure to follow this for you and bring you any updates as soon as we get them. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Taylor, back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Raven Nation waking up victorious this morning, but why some fans are still disappointed. We have a look into the close game and what could have been better executed.
Plus, we are waking up with some cloudy skies today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if and when we clear up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, early edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. Our Weather Authority forecast here. Starting off with just a few showers right now. Not a lot of heavy rain. It's really going to be just kind of the misty conditions that we'll have to deal with through the course of the morning. Those roads are definitely wet, so take it slow as you head out. Grab the jacket, grab the umbrella. No need for the sunglasses, as that sun won't be around for the next couple of days. It'll be there. We just won't be able to see it. We'll take a closer look at your forecast coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we are not on air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
Trending now, another successful Harbor Harvest Festival.
Yeah, families swarming to the Inner Harbor yesterday afternoon to enjoy the fall fun. Take a look at this. Yeah, the event featuring rides, games, including a hay maze, some petting zoo, and a pumpkin patch. Festival took place 1 year anniversary of the reopening of Rashfield Park. So families were just loving the venue there.
The Baltimore County branch of the NAACP held its first health and wellness fair. The event offered job resources, free health screenings, and holistic services, and even more. You can find more on this event as well as other upcoming events on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Now, when you get out and about in Baltimore, we want to see it. You can submit your pictures and videos right to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can use your Fox 45 News mobile app. It's real easy. Click the Explore tab and then chime in.
Oh, man, it was a close win for the Ravens, but are fans satisfied? Still ahead, a look at the Ravens' flock reaction.
Plus, the midterms right around the corner, but are young voters prepared? Why some officials are concerned that they are not. 5:40 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 News, early edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, the Ravens are waking up victorious this morning. It was another big Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. The Ravens, they welcomed their divisional rivals from Cleveland to Charm City. Yeah, and they kicked their butt towards the end. It got a little scary, though.
Yeah, the day started with a 10-year anniversary celebration for Super Bowl 47. Hall of Famers Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, and a lot of others were in the house for this one. The Ravens played well, but nearly blew another double-digit lead. And Gus Edwards scoring 2 touchdowns, though, in the first game back from his torn ACL. The Ravens ended up holding on to beat the Browns 23-20.
Good win there. At least many of you guys are showing off your purple pride. We want to see all of these photos. Take a look at these. Folks enjoying their time at the M&T Bank Stadium. And Chandra sent us this picture. It looks like they were having fun before that game started. Take a look at that.
And Ravens Nation taking to Twitter, too, to express their feelings about this very close win. Some people still happy that it was just a win. We have this one saying, I love the Baltimore Ravens. I like this picture here. All suited up. Look at her. But she says, I suited up today, but the Ravens didn't let me play. Come on, Ravens. She looks ready to go. And then here we go. A purple sunset after a Ravens victory. I like this one. An ugly win is still a win. Good job, Ravens. But here's a little bit of a different perspective Ravens flock, y'all almost made me pass out. Glad we won, but do better next time. Guys, that's how I feel about it. It's just too close for comfort. We keep almost giving it away.
A win's a win, man. I'm just going to take what we can get this season, I guess.
I don't know. Justin, what did you think about it?
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, it was a division win, so it's, everybody's sitting here going, oh, and it's like, we won. Like, it's you're 4-3. You're at the top of the division. Like, let's move on and let's talk about, looking ahead to Tampa Bay on Thursday Night Football. They're not back in Baltimore, guys, until November 20th, and that's a game against the Panthers you can watch right here on Fox 45. But their next two games are primetime games, so, we'll see what this team is made of here before they head to their bye week.
Yeah, very true.
Maybe they have some good steam now heading into Tampa Bay. I mean, I feel like they've got a good win on their shoulders and division rivals.
Yeah,
feeling good about it.
Good stuff for sure. Looking outside right now, we have some cloud cover and some mist that we're dealing with here this morning. Really not seeing a lot of heavy rain at this time from our Towson camera, but you are definitely seeing the wet roads, and it's that rain that we saw started yesterday afternoon into earlier this morning. 57-year official temperature in Towson right now. When you take a look at the HD radar, it doesn't look that impressive. There definitely are still a few of those heavier showers right along the PA and Maryland line in the northern part of our viewing area. You pull back a little bit farther and you can see some of those showers up toward Philly and New York. So if you're heading that way on 95 north this morning, just be aware of that. This area of low pressure, it's called a coastal low. This has been sitting off the coast for at least the last day or so, getting a little bit closer to us and bringing us the rain that we had yesterday afternoon and through the overnight hours. But we have got a ridge of high pressure just to the west of us. That's going to warm things up in areas for the Ohio River Valley and in areas just west of here. But we are going to be stuck under this cloud cover through the next couple of hours and basically for the next couple of days as well. Now, in terms of our rainfall, hourly future scan showing a couple of light pop-up showers here through the afternoon, late morning into the afternoon for today. Hourly future scan continues. Just a few of those light showers kind of scattered into that 6 and 7 o'clock hour tonight. Really not tracking much in the way of more heavy rain, but enough that you'll at least need some of that rain gear as you get out and about. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they've got that rain gear handy for those kids heading to school today. 56 by 7 a.m., lower 60s into the noon hour, and we'll be in those mid 60s into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. So keeping the 60s going here. Average this time of year is 66. We're looking for a number pretty close to that for a lot of us for the afternoon, even despite the cloud cover. These are the warm temperatures I was talking about to the west of us. 74 in Pittsburgh today, 77 in Cleveland, almost 80 degrees in Charleston, West Virginia. So that part of our region will see the sun while we are going to be underneath the cloud deck this afternoon. Here's a look at that future scan. So there's the area of low pressure moving up to the north and to the east of us, still bringing a couple of scattered showers around over the next few days. That's how it's going to be. We're going to be kind of stuck here under that same benign weather pattern. We've got a cold front coming through on Wednesday afternoon. That is what's going to change things up as we head toward the end of the week. As that sweeps through, that pushes all that moisture out and brings us more of the sunny conditions and cooler temperatures toward the end of the week as well. 7 days away. It's next Monday, guys. Halloween is 7 days from right now. 18 days until Veterans Day. Just about a month away from Thanksgiving. And we're now inside of 9 weeks for Christmas, 62 days from right now. Here's that 7-day forecast. Actually, our numbers are not too bad. Lower 70s into Tuesday and Wednesday, even with those clouds hanging around. As I mentioned, more sunshine later this week, but cooler temperatures as we approach the weekend. Back to you.
Now let's head over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network for a look at your drive times. As you can see, everything in the green this morning and moving smoothly as we inch towards 6 o'clock a.m. Let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay, and Camden train 843 with the 5-minute delay for the commute start. Allow time, perhaps, in those instances. Light rail link, though, looking good. No delays in either direction of light rail link service, and Metro subway link on time in both directions there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Developing now, the two Koreas exchanging warning shots amid high tension after North Korea's weapons testing. South Korea fired shots to repel a merchant ship for violating a disputed sea boundary. North Korea's military responding by firing 10 rounds of artillery shells. This comes after North Korea carried out a string of weapons tests responding to what it claimed were provocative military drills between the U.S. and South Korea.
Russia's defense minister is accusing Ukraine of planning to provoke Moscow with a dirty bomb that would scatter radioactive waste. The bombs do not have the devastating effect of a nuclear explosion, but would expose broad areas to radioactive contamination. A Russian politician who has served as the Minister of Defense of Russia made the stark claim to his counterparts in the U.S., Britain, France, and Turkey. U.S. dismissed the claims as, quote, transparently false. Britain's defense minister also strongly rejecting the accusation, warning Russia against using it as a pretext for escalation.
Candidates this midterm election season doubling down on crime. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at why that is and what it could mean in November.
This is a textbook case of spending taxpayer dollars without oversight, without accountability.
Questions this morning as a children's center meant to honor a murdered family sits empty. We investigate why and how much taxpayer money could be going to waste here. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, newly released video shows a man pushing a subway commuter from the platform onto the train tracks. This video is blurred out, but it's still hard to watch. The incident happened on Friday. Police still searching for the suspect. The victim was hurt from the fall, but was not hit by a train. Wow. The attack was unprovoked and intentional. It comes as New York City is adding extra officers to subway lines to crack down on transit crime. Wow.
We're just a little more than 2 weeks away from the midterm elections, and we've seen a shift in issues energizing voters. Among those, the issue of crime following a very violent weekend.
That's right. National correspondent Christine Frizzau has the latest.
In Chicago, Sunday morning, a drag racing incident turned deadly.
There's 5 people involved, and 3 of those people involved are now deceased.
Meanwhile, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 11 people were shot near Southern University. On a weekend they were supposed to be celebrating homecoming. These 2 men now facing charges. A new study from the personal finance site Wallet Hub finding these cities have the highest homicide rates. All have Democratic mayors, a notion GOP campaigns are seizing on.
While police fight to put criminals behind bars, Sean Patrick Maloney fought to let them out.
In Congress, Riley's agenda will be their agenda. They want to defund the police, even as crime rages out of control across the state.
Polls from the last few months show that crime will also be on the ballot this midterm election. When asked what issues voters care about the most, it often comes in second or third place following inflation and the economy, often tying with abortion rights.
For now, it's giving Republicans more of an advantage. A brand new ABC News Ipsos poll asked, which political party do you trust to do a better job handling crime? 35% said Republicans, just 22% said Democrats.
Mr. President!
Democrats trying to shift the blame.
I'm thrilled to be back.
To a former president under criminal investigation himself and to Republican gun policies. Here's Democratic Congresswoman Val Demings, herself a former police chief, in a recent debate with Senator Marco Rubio.
How long will you watch people being gunned down in 1st grade, 4th grade, high school, college, church, synagogue, a grocery store, a movie theater, a mall, and a nightclub,
Congresswoman,
and do nothing?
Both political parties making their closing arguments, for some centering on fear, which has in the past driven voters to the polls. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
Writer Salman Rushdie has lost sight in one eye and the use of one of his hands. Rushdie was attacked by a man who rushed the stage at a literary event in August. His agent says the 75-year-old writer suffered 3 serious stab wounds to his neck. He was also stabbed 15 times in his chest and torso. The 24-year-old attacker has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder and assault. 5:57 and now to your Vote 2022 coverage. New poll finding voter interest is at an all-time high heading into midterms, along with party polarization.
That's right. An NBC poll finds the majority of registered voters say November's midterms are more important this go-round compared to past midterms. It shows 80% of both Democrats and Republicans believe the rival party represents a threat that could destroy America as we know it. 2/3 of affiliated voters say they'll support their party's candidate despite moral failings that aren't consistent with their own values.
Independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders says he's worried about voter turnout among young people in the midterm. Sanders says he thinks Democrats should be doing more to fight Republicans on inflation and economic issues. He thinks Democrats should be emphasizing their pro-worker platform in contrast to what he calls a corporate agenda of Republicans. Sanders is planning an 8-state blitz in the days leading up to this election.
I am worried about the level of voter turnout among young people and working people who will be voting Democratic. And I think, again, what Democrats have got to do is contrast their economic plan with the Republicans.
Well, early in-person voting has already started in many states with the competitive elections this midterm cycle in Georgia, Ohio, North Carolina, and Nevada. Polls show Republicans with a solid path to gaining control of the House. Be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election, plus important dates to mark on your calendar. Just scan that QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you straight there. Or if you don't like QR codes, I get it, head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2020.
Baltimore City Public Schools seeing one of the steepest declines in the nation when it comes to school test scores. Coming up, a live look at the numbers.
We heard at the hearing that the DPW director said he is the one who is responsible. He is the one who authorized all messages to go out. And so he is the one who ultimately needs to be held accountable.
And a Baltimore City councilman reacts to a Fox 45 News exclusive investigation into how DPW handled last month's water contamination.
The transformed Lexington Market is officially opening this morning. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll tell you what the new version of this historic market has to offer.
A little bit wet here to kick off your Monday morning, but we will take a look at how those numbers are shaping up with our temperatures. It's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We're taking a live look from M&T Bank Stadium this Monday morning. Ravens waking up victorious, quote unquote, this morning after a close match against the Cleveland Browns. We'll have a closer look at the team's win and reaction from fans. That's all coming up in just a little bit. Thank you for waking up with us on this Monday, October 24th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And it's a little slick out there, but it's going to dry up, hopefully. So let's check with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast for today.
Not until later this week. We have a lot of cloud cover that's going to be with us here, guys, and a couple of those off and on showers. So, yeah, definitely those roads are wet as you make your way out. Just be aware of that. And here's what it looks like from our Mile One Auto Group cam. This is one of those where you just kind of roll over maybe for another 10 or 15 minutes and stay in bed while you can, because we have to deal with the wet conditions. Now, the heaviest rain is really moving over toward Pennsylvania. We're seeing a few of those heavier showers over northern Baltimore and Harford counties, but overall it's just kind of that leftover moisture, that mist that is out there at this time. 54 in Owings Mills. We're at 56 in Brooklyn Park. Good morning to you in Glen Burnie. 57 your current temperature. So our weather story looks like this: a misty Monday morning with a few of those showers left over through the afternoon, and temperatures are staying mild. I do have a yellow light there on the morning drive, so Mr. Bo says take it slow with the wet roads and temperature staying in the 50s for the next couple of hours. Back to you.
All right, let's now check your Len Stoller traffic network. We're looking at the cameras around the Baltimore area, and you can see everything's moving pretty smoothly on this Monday as you head out the door.
Breaking from our live center this morning, new numbers show math and reading scores fell across the country last year, erasing decades of progress in public schools.
And in Baltimore City public schools, they're seeing one of the steepest declines in the nation.
Shannon Lilly joining us now from the live center with the new numbers just out this morning. Shannon.
Yeah, Tom, the results come from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, which was administered from January to March of this year to 4th and 8th graders nationwide. Now, reading and math scores both fell. In fact, for math, it was the single biggest one-year decline since record-keeping started back in 1969. Let's take a look at this graph just for Baltimore City Public Schools. Now, this one shows the average math scores for 4th graders, and you can see where the scores are for the nation and then for large cities, and Baltimore City, which falls significantly below all those numbers. Baltimore City is one of 23 districts who saw a score decrease. In fact, it saw the largest decrease in scores at 15 points. Now, Maryland 4th graders who took the test scored on average 10 points lower in mathematics and 7 points lower in reading than students in 2019. 8th graders' average scores fell 11 points in math and 5 points in reading. A few nationwide key takeaways in this new report also. Nearly 4 in 10 8th graders failed to grasp basic math concepts in this year's test. There was an average 8-point decline in 8th grade math scores. And for context, a 10-point gain or loss is considered the equivalent of a full year of school. Now, while many are quick to blame the pandemic closures, the test results show significant declines were still seen even in the districts that did return to the classroom early. Students that scored higher on the tests were also more likely to have regular access to a quiet space, a reliable computer and internet connection, and help from their teachers. Now, the National Assessment of Educational Progress is typically administered every other year. Samples were collected in 2022 from 224,000 4th graders from 5,700 schools and 222,000 8th graders from 51,000 schools. That's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor and Tom, back to you.
All right, happening today, the Lexington Market is set to open its doors following a massive upgrade.
Yeah, for more than 200 years, Lexington Market has been a staple in Baltimore, but the new market is now getting a new look.
And giving us a look of it, Olivia Dance joining us live outside the market. Olivia, what can you tell us?
Well, good morning, Taylor and Tom. The transformed Lexington Market, which is just behind me right here, is finally opening this morning at 8 a.m. And this multi-million-dollar project has been years in the making. But today, the community will get their first glance inside. After getting hundreds of applications, the market's going to be home to around 50 different local vendors that best represent Baltimore. The transformed Lexington Market website also previews a new plaza with seating and room for events that is located in between the space of the old and new market. The new market features an upper area filled with prepared foods and specialty vendors. And then there's also a lower level that will feel kind of like a grocery department with fresh foods. The process of redeveloping the historic market included input from the community, and market staff will ring the historic bell at 8 this morning to signal the official opening of the new market. So be sure to stop by and see all that the new market has to offer. And for a list of vendors, you can visit transformlexington.com or our website at foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. In the week ahead, Fox 45 News will continue asking questions about a program that's supposed to help curb crime. Fox 45 has been investigating the Safe Streets program now for months. Last week, City Council had the chance to bring clarity to that program in an investigative hearing with program leaders. However, council members failed to address the questions that we've been asking for months. They include, who are the current employees? What does their training look like? What, if any, measurable guidelines are in place for the organizations running these locations? And how does the public know these organizations are keeping tabs on the Safe Streets operation? Councilman Yichi Slafer ended last week's meeting early, saying it went too far off track. He says he wants answers to those questions, too.
I mean, we're going to get the information. So I think there's a lesson learned, and that is that there needs to be better communication with the council when there's going to be shifts to major programming like this. We definitely need more transparency across the board from every agency, specifically as it relates to this program. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about how this program works, the locations that it's in, the mixed data that we've been seeing. And so it is important that we have a lot more communication, and that they over communicate instead of under communicate.
Councilman Scheifler also weighing in on the apparent communication breakdown over the E. coli water contamination from last month in West Baltimore. An exclusive Fox 45 investigation found emails showing nearly 24 hours went by between the Maryland Department of Environment telling the Department of Public Works to use a boil water advisory and them actually issuing it.
At first, in this whole situation, we thought it was either complete incompetence or intentional neglect for the well-being of the residents of West Baltimore. And now these emails are revealing that it's actually both.
Now, you can find our entire interview with Councilman Schleifer right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Yet another violent weekend in Baltimore City as we creep towards 300 homicides this year. Just ahead, who one city leader thinks the city should turn to for a possible solution.
Federal case against Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, seeing a possible change why her defense team wants that trial moved out of Baltimore.
And we're starting off with a wet Monday morning to get you back to work and school. We'll tell you how long this rain sticks around. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Stay with us, won't you? Welcome back. 6:10 is your time right now on your Monday morning. We're looking out. We've got those clouds hanging around, and yes, definitely some of the mist that is there. Not necessarily raining per se, but still wet on the roads. If you're out and about for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, just know seeing those numbers in the 50s with the wet conditions as well. We will see temperatures that are not too bad today or tomorrow, but a little closer look at that forecast as we head toward the upcoming weekend coming up in just a few.
All right, it's all treats and no tricks for these animals at the Brookfield Zoo.
Tortoises, porcupines, goats, sloth, bears, even all munching on some pumpkins as part of their early Halloween celebration. Other animals, such as African lions, got their pumpkins with special meat and bones stuffed inside. Now, the pumpkins provide a special treat and an enrichment tool for those animals.
And as Halloween is quickly approaching, we want to see all of your decorations, costumes, and some fall foliage pictures. Go ahead and send them to us when you might see them right here on air or online. Just head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Another big Ravens Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. Just ahead, we take a look at your Purple Pride this Victory Monday.
And Philadelphia Phillies and Houston Astros are heading to the World Series. How some fans got a bit too excited. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All local, all morning.
.614 in your health headlines. Health officials say now is the best time to take a COVID booster and flu shot in order to have maximum protection in time for the holiday season. They say it's safe to get both shots at the same time. You could do one in each arm or just be sore in one arm.
So we're trying to get people vaccinated as much as possible against flu and COVID by Halloween, so that by Thanksgiving, when people are traveling, getting on planes, doing reunions, kissing and hugging, we want to make sure that they have as much coverage as possible on a national level to keep the levels low for these infections.
Health officials warn people should give the shots at least 2 weeks to take full effect. So far, the CDC says about 11 million people have taken the updated booster shots, which are targeted for both the original COVID strains and the Omicron variants. COVID vaccine could cost up to $130 once the government stops buying the shots. That's according to drug maker Pfizer. It says commercial pricing for adult doses could start early next year, depending on when the government phases out its distribution program. Pfizer says it expects people with private insurance or those covered by Medicare or Medicaid will continue to pay nothing. Trending now, Powerball's jackpot is now up to, get this, $610 million.
Yeah, it's crazy. Eighth largest jackpot in Powerball's 30-year history. Jackpot surpassing $600 million mark when none of the tickets matched all 6 numbers drawn Saturday night. After taxes, the prize has a cash value of $292 million. The next drawing is set for Monday.
A lot of money out. Okay, a Michigan deputy leads a herd of goats back home. On Friday, the Bay County Sheriff's Office shared on Facebook this video of the deputy guiding the animals. Deputies noticed the herd of 10 goats began rambling down the roads towards his patrol. They quickly got some rope from the patrol car and put it around the biggest goat's neck and gently walked them down the road until they found their owner's home.
Let's talk baseball. Houston Astros, who ended up sweeping the Yankees, by the way, will be meeting in Philadelphia against the Phillies in the World Series.
This will be the 4th time in 6 years the Houston Astros have won the American League pennant. The Astros completed their sweep of the Yankees with their 6-5 win last night. The Phillies beat the San Diego Padres 4-3. They'll be moving on to the World Series for the first time since 2009.
Philly fans were celebrating, too. Look at this in the streets right after the team clinches that National League pennant. Fans will be back in the stands in Philly for Game 3 of the World Series. Game 4, and if necessary, Game 5 will also be played in Philadelphia. And best-of-7 World Series will begin in Houston Friday.
And take a look at this. First Lady Jill Biden gestures in support of the Phillies as she and President Biden walk on the south lawn of the White House last night. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's going to join us, and I know we're staying pretty wet today throughout the day, but, you know, hopefully we get a little bit of reprieve.
Yeah, a little bit of a reprieve for sure. By the way, guys, remember that World Series starts on Friday right here on FOX45 Friday evening. And, yeah, Phillies, Astros should be a good series. Astros haven't lost in the postseason, so we'll see what happens with that. As we take a look outside, a couple of different camera shots I want to show you. This is our Towson cam right now, and you can see kind of the mist on the camera. But then when you look at the Inner Harbor sky cam, it actually looks a lot clearer and a lot nicer there. So it's not raining per se. It's just kind of a misty and kind of the cloudy conditions that we're dealing with. The heaviest rain that we saw earlier this morning in parts of northwestern Harford County and Cecil County. That's kind of right along the PA-Maryland line right now. Even as you head north on 83 up to northern Baltimore County, seeing a few of those showers sticking around. Speaking of Philly, if you're going up north here into Philly or New York today in 95 north, that's where we're seeing some more of that heavier rain at this time. So what we're going to be dealing with here is kind of a tale of two weather systems. We've got a ridge of high pressure to the west. That's going to make things dry and even warmer on the western half of the state and areas on the other side of the mountains. But for us, we're stuck under this coastal low. That's what brought in the rain yesterday, and that's what will continue to bring us the cloud cover through the morning and into the afternoon. Now, not a lot in the way of actual rain showers. In fact, you can see on our future scan with those green blobs, there's not a lot happening here for today. It's just going to be kind of that overcast day as we head into the 6-7 o'clock hour. Maybe a couple of scattered showers here and there, but really not tracking much in the way of heavy rain, even for the next couple of days. And temperature-wise, we're also not that bad. Mid to upper 50s, typically where we are this time of the morning on your Rise and Shine cast. Enjoy some coffee with us, and sun doesn't come up until about 7:26. Won't see much of the sun for the next few days. Here's a look at that average high temperature, 66, and most of us across Carroll and Baltimore counties will be in the low to mid 60s for today. But when you pull out and you can actually see what's going on with the regional numbers. Look at that. We're almost at 70 in Cumberland, almost at 80 in Charleston, West Virginia. So the warmer temperatures there where we're actually going to see more sunshine, while along most of the mid-Atlantic, mid to upper 60s is where we will end up today. Now, notice our temperature tracker. We actually go above average for the next couple of days and kind of stay near that average line even as we head into this upcoming weekend, which is Halloween weekend. Of course, Halloween is next Monday. Here's our future scan, keeping the cloud cover with us here next couple of days. Tomorrow, off and on showers as well, even into Wednesday as our next weather maker rolls in. That's going to be a cold front. That'll bring some showers as well through Wednesday afternoon, but drier air and more sunshine and temperatures that will cool down just a bit behind the front into Thursday and Friday. And you can see that here on your 7-day forecast. So 60s today, lower 70s into Tuesday and Wednesday, back to about 69 on Thursday, and then we'll see mid-60s as we head into the weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. You see the area cameras here. There is one incident right at 95, 395. The camera's moving around right now to try and see it. There's a tractor trailer off to the side with some flashing lights, but not really causing too much of a delay there. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday, Mark.
Well, happy Monday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line and Camden train 845, both running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there, perhaps light rail link. Right on time in both directions of that service for your Monday stretch. Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. No delays or problems. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A live look over New York City, where jury selection in the criminal trial against the Trump organization begins today. What it could mean for the organization and the former president himself.
Trip to the dentist can be stressful and quite expensive. Just ahead, how to evaluate your dentist's advice, plus ways to pay less for pricey dental procedures. 621's your time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
624, and regular visits are important for your oral health, but a dentist visit can be stressful and expensive. Consumer Reports takes a look at 5 common dental procedures to help you figure out if and when you really need them. Sitting in a dentist chair, the last thing you want to hear is that you'll need a filling, a crown, or a root canal. But do you always need every procedure that's recommended?
There's a lot of gray area in dentistry, and there's not always one right answer for a given problem. Some dentists may also pressure their patients to get more expensive treatments. So that's why it can be wise to get a second opinion.
In fact, only 27% of people have ever gotten a second opinion on a recommended dental treatment or procedure, according to a recent Consumer Reports survey. Consumer Reports sought the advice of dentists to find out what you should do if you're told you need a procedure. Take a routine procedure like a filling. Replacing or repairing a filling can be important when they're damaged, but be wary if your dentist recommends replacing them simply because they're old.
Age alone should not be the only reason for new fillings. So push back if your dentist recommends replacing your fillings just because they're old.
If your dentist recommends a root canal, make sure they perform the adequate testing, which may include x-rays and a sensitivity test. And if your dentist recommends pulling a tooth, consider asking if there are other ways to extend the life of the tooth, because an implant can cost you thousands of dollars out of pocket.
A tooth extraction is generally the last step for a damaged tooth, so if your dentist recommends an extraction, ask them to explain why and consider getting a second opinion.
To find a dentist for a second opinion, Consumer Reports recommends asking friends and family or searching the American Dental Association site. And be sure to ask for your records, including x-rays, to give to the second dentist. When you do ask for that second opinion, do not explain what the first opinion actually was, so the new dentist can examine you without any preconceived notions. Mostly cloudy, few stray showers continue today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know just how long the rain's going to last in the forecast and the cloud coverage, too.
The month of October has been gripped with violence in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear what faith leaders are calling for to stop the bloodshed. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. It is a misty Monday morning on October 24th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
Tom Rogers. Baltimore County students, you're out today. No school today, so you're probably still sleeping in at 6:30. Why would you wake up? Why would you wake up on this Monday?
But if you have to go to work, please don't hit the snooze button.
Right.
It's going to get a little better, but not today. We'll check with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast.
Yeah, well, we are going to see temperatures that are not going to be too bad, guys. I mean, we're waking up in the 50s right now. And, yeah, we have the cloud cover. We had the rain that was overnight, even into this morning. As we look at the Charm City tank shot, lit up nicely. Sun not up for another hour or so. And won't see much of the sun with those clouds that are going to be hanging around. We're at 56 in Bel Air. Good morning to you. Joppatown at 55. Mid-50s for Rosedale, over through Essex and Middle River at this moment. And overall, your morning drive is going to be a little wet. Those roads are wet from the rain that we saw yesterday and into the overnight hours, but temperatures staying mainly in the 50s for the next few hours. Now, we'll top out at 66 today, similar to the numbers we saw yesterday, and we actually have lower 70s on the way into Tuesday and Wednesday this week, even despite those clouds hanging around. Take a closer look at when we'll see some clearing conditions, especially as we head toward the final weekend of October. We'll talk about that coming up. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look at the map, you can see the highlighted areas there where there's some multiple accidents. A lot of them are just single vehicle accidents, some fender benders. The biggest one that's causing slight delay, 95 South, right past Keith Avenue there, right before you go into the tunnels here, Harbor or the Fort McHenry. That's about it, but the cameras aren't showing any indications of any accidents in that area. Now we want to take a look at the city in crisis.
The recent uptick in deadly violence continues, with 10 people shot since Friday. 3 of those people died.
Last week saw a number of deadly shootings, including the murder of an MTA bus driver. Police say they're still searching for this man. Take a moment to look at your screen. This is Leon Douglas Hill, in connection with the shooting death of mother Elaine Jackson.
That's right. Olivia Dans is joining us this morning from downtown Baltimore with the latest on the weekend violence and its impacts here on the city. Olivia.
Yeah, well, as we start a new week, this weekend and really this whole month have been gripped with violence in Baltimore. Startling statistics showing that as of Sunday, the city has averaged a life lost every single day so far in October. And on Saturday night, there were 2 separate shootings. And then early on Sunday, a woman was shot in the Federal Hill neighborhood.
When you see the same thing happening again and again and again, people want to leave. There are those that cannot leave. And so they feel this oppression, they feel this darkness, they feel hopeless.
Bishop Angel Nunez is a faith leader in Baltimore, and he says that he hears from his congregation, what he hears from his congregation is that they are not immune to the violence. He says that people are scared.
The people are concerned. The people are nervous. The people are scared. They're not like, oh, okay, here's another year, another 300.
And as of Sunday, there have been 227 murders, on pace to be over 300 lives lost again this year. Taylor, Tom, back to you.
Olivia, we can hear the frustration and concern in Pastor Nunez's voice. What is he calling for in order to stop all of this bloodshed?
Yeah, well, Taylor, that's exactly right. And he's calling for tougher penalties for the crime, and he's also calling for help from above. He says at this point we need divine intervention and prayer. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. We're now waiting to hear from prosecutors in the federal case against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby after her defense team filed a request for that case to be moved out of Baltimore. The request coming Friday, and it's under seal, which means it's not clear why Mosby wants her case moved. In the past, her defense team argued negative local media coverage had tainted the potential jury pool, even though Mosby herself has appeared on multiple national media discussing this case. It's also not clear where Mosby's defense team wants this trial to be held. It could be moved out of state or to Maryland's only other federal courthouse held in Greenbelt.
Most of the jurors very likely will come from Prince George's County, people of color. So perhaps her defense team may believe they'll get a more favorable jury pool in the Southern District of Maryland.
I don't know that she's necessarily going to get a jury that's more favorable to her. They certainly would not be as familiar with the facts of the case
Well, Mosby's trial has already been pushed back twice. It's now set to begin March 27th. We'll let you know the outcome of the change of venue request.
The Trump Organization's tax fraud trial is set to begin today.
Jen Lilly is at our live center this morning with the latest. Jen.
Yeah, and we're looking live right now over New York City, where jury selection in the criminal trial against the Trump Organization begins today. Now, the organization, which is the holding company for the former president, is accused of fraud and helping some top executives avoid income taxes. Now, as for what it could mean for Trump himself, let's take a listen.
He is not personally charged. I don't expect that that's going to change, although it obviously could. Company can't go to jail, but this can be very, very problematic for his company.
Now, we're told that Trump did sign some of the checks at the center of this very case. But again, he is not charged with anything as of now, and he's not expected to testify or even attend the trial. The star witness of the trial is Trump's longtime CFO, Alan Weiselberg, who has already pleaded guilty to 15 related felony accounts, including accepting untaxed benefits, which included school tuition for his grandchildren. Now, his testimony is part of a plea agreement requiring him to spend up to 5 months in jail. Again, jury selection beginning in Manhattan's New York State Supreme Court today, and we will be sure to follow this for you and bring you any updates as soon as we get them. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Taylor.
Thank you, Shannon. November 8th, Baltimore City voters decide on term limits for Baltimore City elected officials who will be affected and if there should be any concerns.
And we're taking a live look right now. Some light rain in the forecast from meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if and when we'll see a warm up. Coming up, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Did you know cricket chirps can help tell the temperature? Illinois meteorologist Rich Kane shared this. It's based on something called Dolbear's Law, the relationship between air temperature and the rate at which crickets chirp. The National Weather Service has a calculator that does conversions for you in different temperature scales, including Fahrenheit, Celsius, and Kelvin.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Welcome back. We're just about 21 minutes in front of 7 o'clock on your Monday morning. Some of those low clouds kind of hanging around right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam pilots. Definitely an IFR type day out there. Not much in the way of actual rainfall as the heaviest rain showers moving up into Pennsylvania right now, but still some of the misty conditions that we're dealing with here throughout the morning. So I'd go ahead and grab the light jacket and just have the umbrella in case you get into some of those showers for the afternoon. Really no need for the sunglasses today because we won't see much of the sun for the next couple of days. We'll take a closer look at that forecast as we head toward the weekend coming up in a few.
With the midterm elections a little more than 2 weeks away, all eyes are on a few close races that could determine the control of Congress.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us live from Capitol Hill. Good morning, Kayla.
Well, good morning, Tom and Taylor. So one of the close races getting a lot of national attention is the Pennsylvania Senate race between Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and Republican challenger Mehmet Oz. The two will take the debate stage tomorrow for the likely only televised matchup. There are some big questions over Fetterman's health. He suffered a stroke earlier this year, and his health issues were once again front and center after an NBC News interview showed he needed closed captioning in order to communicate. Polls have the two in a very tight race, with Fetterman leading slightly. A new NBC News poll shows a majority of registered voters say this election is more important than previous midterms to them. And at the moment, Republicans do seem to have the favor, with issues like inflation, the economy, and crime taking top concerns. 538 Politics is currently forecasting an 80% chance for Republicans to take the House. The Senate is a much closer fight, with Democrats favored slightly to hold on to their majority there. And we have, 15 days now until the midterm elections. So things are heating up, and we should know who controls Washington in about 2 weeks.
That's right, getting close. Thank you, Kayla.
Thank you.
Hospitals throughout the nation dealing with an unprecedented early spike in respiratory virus, their RSV, including here in Maryland, just ahead the potential complications from RSV and how to prevent it.
And a new trend is on the rise. It is not a good one either. Just ahead, a look at what jugging is. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:44 and in your morning rush, new numbers showing math and reading scores fell across the country last year, erasing decades of progress in public schools.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joins us now with more from the Live Center. Shannon.
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, not only are we seeing those test scores drop across the country, but even more drastically here in our city. In fact, Baltimore City Public Schools is seeing one of the steepest declines in the entire nation. It's one of 23 urban districts who saw a score decrease. And statewide, Maryland fourth graders who took the test scored on average 10 points lower in mathematics, 7 points lower in reading than students in 2019. Eighth graders' average scores fell 11 points in math and 5 points in reading. Now, the results come from the National Assessment of Educational Progress. Stay with us because in just 15 minutes, we are going to take a closer look at those numbers and why remote learning during the pandemic might not be the only thing to blame for this. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. The Lexington Market has been a staple in Baltimore for hundreds of years, and now it's getting a new look. Olivia Dance is joining us live now with what the community can expect from this new market. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Tom. And the transformed Lexington Market just behind me here is finally opening at 8 a.m. this morning. And this multi-million-dollar project has been years in the making. But today, the community will get their first glance inside. After getting hundreds of applications, the market's going to be home to around 50 different local vendors that best represent Baltimore. And the process of redeveloping the historic market included input from the community. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll have more details on what you can expect when you're inside the market. So stick around.
It's a victorious Monday morning for the Ravens flock. The Ravens beat the Browns 23-20 at M&T Stadium yesterday, and many of you showing off your purple pride. Andy sent us these two photos. Look at this. Looks like they were enjoying their time at the stadium last night as we took home the win. And here's a photo from Chandra. She sent us this picture. It looks like they were having fun before that game started. Thanks, Chandra, for sharing that as well.
Well, police across the country, especially in Texas, say they're noticing a new crime trend called jugging. Jugging happens mostly from banks, where suspects follow customers back to their homes before robbing them. Now, police say that they were mainly seeing women and elderly, those who are petite or small in stature, being targeted. Jugging became a problem in Austin, Texas. However, with how quick the trend spread online, it's made its way to Alabama, Northwest Florida, and up the coast and spreading across the country. So they have a name for it now. It's called jugging, but it's a scary thought. So they're saying women and elderly really need to start paying attention to who's in the parking lot watching them at a bank, because then they just follow you home, and as soon as you open your car door, get in your garage, that's when they attack.
I feel like criminals just keep getting more and more creative. Yeah. But you know what, anytime I leave a bank, I feel nervous. I mean, I'm always watching my back anyways, even before I heard of this. Now it just has a term.
Right, yeah, they actually added a term to it. But there's so many, I mean, like, Taylor, there's so many home videos right now that we have out there.
Yeah.
You'd think that would kind of deter somebody from
but no, it doesn't. I think just being aware of our surroundings, especially as women, I think we just, it's that time of, the year, that time of the crime we're seeing is just...
Yeah, and with the economy getting even worse,
exactly.
You think it's going to be even more. I mean, Justin, do you have any concerns when you're ever at a bank?
I mean, I just always keep my head on a swivel. I'm always just kind of like, aware of the surroundings. You have to be aware. You have to be so aware this day and age and just always know what's going on. Who's out there? That car over there looks a little shady. Maybe I'll go to a different ATM and try to do stuff during the day as well. That's what
let's be honest, even where we live in Baltimore.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
crime is very real here.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. We talk about it every day.
Yeah. They were saying with the holidays coming up, too, with shopping around malls, not just banks, though. Also, if you have a big purchase or they watch you following a jewelry store or something, you could also become a target, too, where they just follow you home.
Lay in bed and shop online.
There you go. Then there's the porch pirate.
And then there's a Shannon, come on, don't be Debbie Downer.
I mean, just being realistic here.
Yeah, 6:48 is your time right now. Okay. Let's talk about it is Victory Monday. That's pretty cool. We do like that. Ravens now looking good on with the win, and now have a winning record going to Tampa Bay on Thursday Night Football. They will not be back in town until the middle of November, especially basically toward the end of November, November 20th. So we've got about a month away before those Ravens will be back at home. But looking outside right now, we've got the cloud cover that's out there. A couple of light showers here and there. Overall temperature 57. That's your current number at BWI. Not much in the way of actual wind. So our temps aren't really bad. And we're really not seeing a lot of heavy rain. It's just the rain that we saw overnight, which is making those roads wet here this morning. That rain continuing up toward Pennsylvania right now, especially if you're going north on 90. 95 right up into Philly and New York, running into more of those heavier rain showers. So be aware of that. All of this is because we have this coastal low, this area of low pressure just kind of hanging out on the coast. And that's what brought us the rain last night, continuing to see those clouds around this morning. But a nice ridge of high pressures just to the west of us. It's going to take a couple of days for this to kind of break down and actually see a little bit more in the way of sunshine. So here's a look at your hourly future scan. Notice over the next couple of hours, a couple of those green blobs here and there. We're not tracking a lot of rain today, but it will be a cloudy afternoon with a couple of scattered showers here and there mixed into the afternoon and even into the evening time as well. So as those kids who are at school today, we know some are off, heading out to the bus stop, numbers in the mid-50s next hour and 60s through the noon hour with mid-60s as we head later into the afternoon. The temperatures are really not that bad. In fact, 66 is our average this time of year. That's the 30-year average. Going to be pretty close to that number across Carroll and Baltimore counties and across central Maryland for that matter. But it's much warmer to the west. We're talking about 70s, Cleveland, Columbus, Pittsburgh, down into Charleston, West Virginia, while we're kind of stuck in the 60s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Hold off on that car wash for the next couple of days. 3 red lights here only because we are tracking those off and on showers that stay with us. And you can see that here on our future scan. Going to keep the clouds around for the next couple of days. It's going to be toward the end of the week before we start to clear things out. 1 week from Halloween, and I love this picture. Take a look at your TV screen. Rue, Precious, Leon, and Bandit. All of the doggies right there from Jessica Miles, and those are superhero rescue dogs looking great. Look at the one right there. I mean, it looks like the dog is actually standing there. That's an awesome shot. So thank you, Jessica, for sending that picture in. Keep those Halloween pet pics coming, guys. We got another week of these awesome pictures. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com would love to put your pets on TV. So 60s today, even with the clouds, lower 70s Tuesday and Wednesday. Numbers will start to back off a little bit. It will be cooler as we head toward the final weekend of October. Taylor?
The spookiest holiday is next week, and you need to prepare to run from the terrifying sights. In our 9 o'clock hour, Brick Bodies will teach us their Halloween hit training.
Baltimore family heading to Family Feud. Just ahead, how you can show your support and be able to cheer them on. And we asked 100 people, what is their favorite drink in the morning? Oh, yeah, you know it. It's time for a coffee break. 6:55, and according to a recent Harvard-Harris poll, woke politicians are the major cause for a spike in crime all across the U.S. Well, joining us this morning to discuss, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
Yeah, Governor Larry Hogan, though, tweeted this out on that new poll, saying in part that 64% of Americans blame woke politicians for the crime spike, though. And the governor captions the image saying that few ideas have been more destructive in recent years than the nonsense of defund the police. Your reaction to that?
You know, Tom, it is the reason why Marilyn Mosby will not continue serving in her capacity. If you really look at the final election results, she was really decimated in her return to office. I mean, there was so much hope and expectations for her, but the lack of prosecutions, putting these offenders back onto the street, these repeat offenders committing the same crimes and worse crimes. You don't have to look no further than Baltimore. I mean, it has decimated our police departments, Tom. The morale is so low. They don't believe if they go and arrest someone that person will be behind bars. They'll be right back on the street. There's no motivation there. Mayor Brandon Scott refuses to change his rhetoric, even in the poll from Harvard. They just talk about even the change of rhetoric. Even what Ivan Bates said with McKenzie lately on your platform in that interview was so important that he's going to enforce the law. You may get a first and a second chance, but let me tell you, at some point, you're going to pay the price. You're going to be locked up and put away. That kind of message sends to these criminals that there's a new sheriff in town. You're not going to do what you do and not be held accountable and responsible. You may get a second chance, but it will not be the way as the old sheriff, as Marilyn Mosby was. It's a new day in town. And what would be helpful if Mayor Brandon Scott and his city council embrace this message, change their rhetoric, empower law enforcement and the police department, not only to do their job, but to believe them that when they do their job, the mayor and his leadership will stand with them to curb the crime that is out of control, not only in Baltimore, but all across the country.
Armstrong, though, it was painted on the streets. I mean, there was terroristic attacks, basically, if you want to look back, all across the country, though. Remember that over in Seattle and Oregon, where they actually confiscated certain sections of the cities here and said no police allowed here. That was just a few years ago. I mean, burning down buildings and businesses that happened there. So changing the rhetoric after all that action, that was just a couple of years ago, saying this against police. How long do you think that will take, though, if we're just switching the rhetoric now?
It's not about how long it takes. Tom, it has to be done. Law enforcement must be allowed to do their jobs. These criminals are hardened. They have no soul. They have no conscience. And then they'll come at you with needles. Just look at what happened in Baltimore over the weekend at the store, where the guy was in there stealing, had no thought that somebody could stop him. And when the security guard came after him, he came after him with a needle. And what did the security guard do? Shot him in the face. It does affect me in a certain way that he had to shoot him in the face. But guess what? He had to shoot him because it was like an animal. They're like animalistic now. They're not even human anymore, what they're willing to do. And so when you have those kind of situations, you confront them, it sends a message to these looters, you could die.
Armstrong Williams, we'll leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we want to know what you think about this. Do you blame so-called woke politicians for the recent rise in crime? So far, as you see on the bottom of your screen right there, 95% of the voters have said yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Crisis in America's public schools, the most dramatic learning loss in decades. A closer look at the numbers across the country and right here in Baltimore City. The alarming decline in math and reading grades.
Angela Dawson was a strong black woman. She was committed to the community, and she wanted the best for our children.
Yeah, it's been 20 years since an entire family, including all those young children, were murdered for speaking up against drug activity in their neighborhood. This morning, Fox 45 News is investigating why an after-school center meant to honor them is collecting dust. How much money could be going to waste?
Now, hospital beds here in Maryland and around the country are under strain this morning. It's because of an unprecedented surge in a respiratory illness among children. What parents need to know about the spread of RSV.
The transformed Lexington Market is officially opening this morning. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll tell you what we can expect from this new and historic market.
Temps are not bad, but we're dealing with some wet conditions out there. We'll take a look at how long this wet weather sticks around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7 o'clock on this Monday morning, October 24th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
Thank you. I'm Taylor Stewart, and it's a little wet out there today, Tom.
Yeah.
It's the kind of day where you want to hit the snooze button,
Yes.
right? But don't.
If you can, unless you know, some of the kids out there, Baltimore County Public Schools, out again today. At least the students are. Teachers, you got to get to work.
Yeah, and parents, you know that too. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Morning.
And staying with the cloud cover that is out there right now. Really not a lot of rain per se, but we definitely have the wet conditions from the rain that we saw late yesterday afternoon and overnight. This is our cloudy look here in Towson at this time. Mile 1 Auto Group cam showing us what's going on. And numbers in the mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville. 57 in Baltimore City right now, 58 in Annapolis. A misty Monday morning leading to a few afternoon showers for today. Temperatures, however, do stay mild. So a yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow just because those roads are wet and temperatures staying in the 50s for the next few hours. We're actually going to make it to the low and mid 60s today despite the cloud cover that's with us. We'll break down what we can expect later this week and the upcoming Halloween weekend. That's in just a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. And as Justin was just talking about, the rain kind of already made its impact on your morning commute. A little bit of slowdowns, but not bad. There's multiple just little fender bender accidents south of the city. You see they're almost all cleaned up except for the one right there going over the Harbor Tunnel. Breaking now from the Live Center this morning, new numbers show math and reading scores fell across the country last year, erasing decades of progress in public schools.
And in Baltimore City public schools, they're seeing one of the steepest declines in the nation.
Shannon Lilly is joining us now with the Live Center with the new numbers that are just out this morning. Shannon.
Yeah, concerning numbers. And the results come from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, which was administered from January to March of this year to 4th and 8th graders nationwide. Now, reading and math scores both fell. In fact, for math, it was the single biggest one-year decline since record-keeping started back in 1969. Let's take a look at this graph just for Baltimore City Public Schools. This one shows the average math scores for 4th graders. And you can see here where the scores are for the nation and then large cities. And you can see that Baltimore City falls significantly below all of those numbers. Now, Baltimore City is one of 23 districts who saw a score decrease. In fact, it saw the largest decrease in scores at 15 points. Maryland 4th graders as a whole who took the test scored on average 10 points lower in mathematics and 7 points lower in reading than students in 2019. 8th graders' average scores fell 11 points in math and 5 points in reading. Now, a few key nationwide takeaways in this new report. Nearly 4 in 10 8th graders failed to grasp basic math concepts in this year's test. There was an average 8-point decline in 8th grade math scores. And for context, a 10-point gain or loss is considered the equivalent to a full year of school. Now, while many are quick to blame the pandemic closures, the test results show significant declines were still seen even in districts that returned to the classroom early. So students that scored higher, though, on tests were also more likely to have regular access to a quiet space, a reliable computer and internet connection, and help from their teachers. Now, the National Assessment of Educational Progress is typically administered every other year. Samples were collected in 2022 from 224,000 4th graders from 5,700 schools and 222,000 8th graders from 51,000 schools. That's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor and Tom.
Happening today, the Lexington Market is set to open its doors following a massive upgrade.
Yeah, that's right. For more than 200 years, Lexington Market has been a staple in Baltimore, but now the historic market is getting a new look.
Olivia Dance joining us now outside the market. Olivia, what can you show us?
Well, good morning, Taylor and Tom. The transformed Lexington Market just behind me here is finally opening at 8 this morning. And this multi-million-dollar project has been years in the making. But today, the community will get their first glance inside. After getting hundreds of applications, the market is going to be home to around 50 different local vendors that best represent Baltimore. The Transform Lexington Market website also previews a new plaza with seating and room for events that is located in between the space of the old and new market. And the new market features an upper area area filled with prepared foods and specialty vendors. And there's also a lower level that will feel kind of like a grocery department with fresh foods. The process of redeveloping the historic market included input from the community, and market staff will ring the historic bell at 8 this morning to signal the official opening of the market. So be sure to stop by to see all the market has to offer. And for a full list of vendors, you can visit transformlexington.com or our website at foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
And there's more exciting things happening in downtown today. This one just 3 blocks away from Lexington Market. This afternoon, we're going to learn what the new name for Baltimore Arena is going to be. The arena, which just turned 60 yesterday, is undergoing a massive $200 million renovation. Now, some big names will be joining Mayor Scott for that announcement, including musician Pharrell Williams and NFL Hall of Famer Ray Lewis Jr. Now, once fully renovated, the Baltimore Arena is expected to be a major anchor of downtown's west side. Already, some big names are set to perform there next year. That includes Bruce Springsteen and Blink-182. The name reveal is happening at 4. You can watch it live on foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 News investigating a potential waste of tax dollars. An after-school center for kids built to honor the Baltimore family who was murdered 20 years ago is now sitting unused. All 7 members of the Dawson family, remember all those kids there too, burned in a firebomb attack in October of 2002. Drug dealer retaliating against the family after Angela Dawson, the mother, reported neighborhood drug activity to the police. Now, 2 decades later, though, Fox 45 News received a tip that the Dawson Safe Haven Center has not been used for several years. And this is sparking concern over the lack of oversight for the city-owned property.
This is a textbook case of spending taxpayer dollars without oversight, without accountability, because now you have this property that's in disrepair that taxpayers spent a lot of money on.
And if not for the 20th anniversary of this tragedy, it's not even clear how long this unused property would go unnoticed. Online property records for the state of Maryland list the mayor and city council of Baltimore as the owners of the site. Meanwhile, the mayor's office is ignoring our questions about that building. Oh yeah, the Ravens are waking up victorious this morning. Another big Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium as the Ravens welcome their divisional rivals and welcome them out from Charm City. That day started with a 10-year anniversary celebration for the Super Bowl 47. Hall of Famers Ray Lewis and Ed Reed and a ton of others were in the house for this one. The Ravens played well, but nearly blew another double-digit lead.
Yeah, Gus Edwards scoring the 2 touchdowns. His first game back from that torn ACL. The Ravens ended up really kind of holding on to beating the Browns 23-20 because it got sloppy at the end.
It got tough. But you guys had your purple pride going for sure. Take a look at this. Amber sent us this picture of London cheering on the Birds. He looks like a little football there. Look at him. Oh, sure, she's adorable. Okay, and remember Monaco, our Ravens makeup lady? Well, she's back with another work of art. It was on the other side of her face last time, so she's very talented here. All right. I get it. This is the pride we need going into the game on Thursday.
Now, so when she opens her eye, though, what would that look like, right? You know?
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. You know, face painting, it's always been, some people are like, no, I'm not going to do it. Others, have been forced to do it, and then others. Have you ever face painted?
I've not.
For a game? No?
I'm not opposed, though.
Okay.
I've dressed up in the black hole in Oakland for the Raiders. Yeah, I did.
And no face paint in Oakland? I thought you had to.
I had a goatee, so I was pretty bad. You know,
you were already a tough guy.
A different guy.
But it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun to be there.
It is, but I mean, especially when you dress up and get into the games. I mean, when you go and see it in person, you're like, wait, where's all the commentating? Like, I need the play-by-play. What's going on there? But the fans and all the hype that's there.
And it was a nice afternoon. I mean, it was cloudy. The temps were in the 60s, but it didn't really rain until after the game. I mean, that's when it really started coming down. So we did not have to deal with that. They're on the road for the next game. And, for a while, too. They're not even back here until November 20th. So we'll take a look at that. And, well, that's what you guys are going to talk about, right?
We are. In fact, why don't you take it away right now?
No, it's all right.
You already got it.
I thought I was doing weather. I'm sorry.
Go for it.
Ravens be facing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. As Justin was just saying, this Thursday night and ahead of the game, we want to see your purple pride. Send us your face painting, right? Those pictures, and join us on videos. You can do that online at foxbaltimore.com/chime in. Now, Justin, you have anything to say?
Well, it's interesting because, you know, Brady lost yesterday, didn't score a touchdown, and he was crying and everything, just like he does. So now we're facing Brady in Tampa. We'll see what happens because he hasn't been below 500 since like 2002. So I don't know if we're going to get an angry Tom Brady trying to, you know, go against the Ravens. But either way, we'll find out what happens on Thursday night in Tampa. And there it is. Yeah, M&T Bank Stadium quiet until November 20th. That's the next home game as the Panthers will be in town right here, actually on Fox 45 for your Ravens. So Yard and Gardening cast. Hopefully you're getting some good rain from Mother Nature or you got it overnight. Still kind of leftover cloud cover that's out there right now. And we'll still deal with at least a few showers possible later today. Numbers, though, will stay mainly in the mid-60s. Those temperatures are close to average. Sun will be up in just a little bit. We just won't see much of the sun for at least the next few days. We'll take a closer look at that forecast and when we'll start to brighten things up coming up in a few.
All righty, now let's head over to Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. Here's a look at those traffic maps. So just a few slowdowns here you can see between 795 and 695. Slick roads, but be careful out there, guys. Everything else moving pretty smoothly.
Well, 7:10, and here's a look at the stories making your headlines at this hour. Federal government stepping up in a nation sees more children committing crime. How they're helping to fight the crime.
And a respiratory illness hitting children across the country and right here in Maryland. It's at an alarming rate. A local pediatrician joins us after the break to talk about RSV. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
Hospitals across the country are dealing with an unprecedented spike in RSV. The respiratory virus that mainly impacts newborns and toddlers typically peaks around November, but some pediatric hospitals here in Maryland are reporting their pediatric beds are at capacity. The interim chair of pediatrics at the Greater Baltimore Medical Center, Dr. Teresa Nguyen, joins us now. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Now, I want to talk about the capacity that we're seeing here in Maryland. Oh, tell me what hospitals are dealing with and what people can do to help treat their their newborns or their toddlers with this virus.
So RSV virus is a cold virus. It causes cold symptoms, cough, cold, sneeze, maybe a fever. The children it really affects are the children under 1 year of age. They can get into respiratory distress, breathing fast, grunting, flaring their nostrils, pulling their ribs in and out. Those children are the children who need to be seen by their pediatricians, or perhaps if their pediatrician decides they need to go to the emergency department.
Well, how can parents distinguish the severity of this respiratory virus with something maybe more serious like COVID? Tell us how parents can kind of look out for that.
So they can all present very similarly, but it is going to be, it doesn't matter which is the virus, okay, that's causing the illness. It is how severely your children are working for their breathing, meaning are they breathing fast? Are they flaring their nostrils? Are they pulling their ribs in and out? Are they able to drink? Are they able to eat? Are they able to sleep? Are they able to pee? If those things are not in play, and are they playful? If those normal things are not in play, they need to be evaluated for sure.
Okay. And just curious, what's driving the spike that we're seeing?
Probably multifactorial, but one of the big things is that we haven't seen these viruses because we've been masking for the last 2 years. So our immune systems are not used to seeing them. So it's a novel new virus, right? And so it's hitting everyone much harder, and everyone's unmasked. The last 2 years, we did not see these spikes because we were all masking and social distancing, and we're not doing any of that this year.
So what can we do?
So please mask up if your child has cold symptoms.
So what can we do? I mean, is there a vaccine for this, or should people just be getting vaccinated for the flu or for COVID? What should parents do to protect their children?
So there's no real RSV vaccine. It's only available for premature infants and infants with certain congenital heart diseases or chronic diseases. So what's the best that we can do, since we have 3 different viruses coming together, the COVID, the flu, and RSV this season? Vaccinate for the viruses that we do have vaccines for, so that you may have a milder illness. And that would be the flu vaccine and the COVID vaccine, which is available to children 6 months and above. So please, 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 now is the time to vaccinate for COVID and flu for your children who are 6 months and above.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nguyen. We appreciate your insight.
Great. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks. Go ahead and send us your health questions and suggested topics to news@foxbaltimore.com with the subject line, Monday Morning House Call.
Well, 7:17 now. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for us. It's a little blue on this Monday.
Yeah, it is kind of a blue Monday this morning. Hey, by the way, today's National Food Day. I guess that just encompasses everything.
Okay.
We can enjoy food. It's also National Bologna Day, which I think is just kind of
I think National Food Day is a bunch of baloney.
There you go. Boom. Look at that.
Wow, she's
still don't know
learning
what
quickly.
bologna
I like
is.
that. All right, let's take a look outside. Yeah, that's what it looks like. From our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, a lot of cloud cover that is out there right now. Not seeing the heavy rain. If anything, you're just seeing some mist on the windshield, maybe some backsplash from those truckers driving by you on 695. 57 your current temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Definitely an IFR day, pilot. So we got those low clouds and those low ceilings that are hanging around. But you can see there's not a lot of actual rain that's falling. The heaviest rain is really well to the north and to the east of us. So if you're heading up to Philly or New York today, that's when you'll run into some of that rain on 95 north. A shout out to the Phillies and the Astros, going to be in the World Series starting on Friday night right here on Fox 45. Here's an area of low pressure. That's the coastal low. That's when we saw that rain. And it started yesterday afternoon, basically continued through the evening and even into early this morning. But as we look ahead in our future scan, going over the next couple of hours, you'll keep those clouds around. Notice there's not a lot of green blobs out there So we're not going to see more of that heavy rain. If anything, just a couple of stray showers here and there through the later part of the afternoon and into the evening time tonight. So if you are going to be out and about, just kind of have the umbrella, have the rain gear, make sure the kids are packed appropriately for the bus stop here, not only for this morning, but into the afternoon. And temperatures later today will mainly be in the low to mid 60s. So those numbers are going to stay closer to average for this time of year, despite the cloud cover. Maybe if you want to get around a golf in, maybe you just want to hit some balls underneath the canvas there at Pine Ridge. You can do that today. 58 in the 9 o'clock hour, lower 60s by noon. Had a great day at Caves Valley on Saturday with Tom over there. Yeah, and our boss and a guy named Graham. It was a lot of fun. Caddies were interesting. It was interesting to have a caddy, you know, because we're not used to that. Like, we're definitely had no business being there, but it was a lot of fun. So we had a great day to play some golf, too. Low to mid and upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for the afternoon. Down through Howard and Arundel counties, you'll see those temperatures in the 60s for Ellicott City, down through Odenton, over through Severna Park. Even for you in Hartford and Cecil counties, expect to see those 60s for the afternoon with the cloudy skies today. Now, here's a look at our future scan. Again, not a lot of rain. You'll track a couple of showers here as we head into tomorrow. And then as we head into Wednesday, that's our next weather maker. That's going to be a cold front coming through, which will also bring a few showers by Wednesday afternoon. That clears out of here Wednesday night, the drier and cooler air filtering in back behind that. Here it is, guys. I mean, 7 days until Clyde the Curious Cat is at your door on Halloween. 7 days from right now, 18 days until Veterans Day, and just 31 days from Terrence the Turkey and our Turkey Day. Man, Thanksgiving. How about that? All right, 7-day forecast looks like this. 60s today, lower 70s Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll clear out nicely. More sunshine later this week, and numbers into the mid-60s for the final weekend of the month. Tom?
You think Bart and Jason, the caddies at Caves, are talking about us?
They're not watching us right now. I can guarantee that.
Yeah,
they're sleeping in.
They are. All right, well, now we want to go over to your Len Stoller Traffic Network and looking at some of the slowdowns that we have around the Baltimore region. You see that on the JFX, that little marker that's to your right of your screen right there. And that's not causing any delays at all. One vehicle involved there. But right near Old Court Road and near Liberty Road, there's some slowdowns. Be mindful because of the traffic and the slick roads out there.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Fox 45 is trying to get Maryland back to work. It's time for our job of the day. Johns Hopkins is looking for an administrative coordinator. This job is at their Bayview Medical Center. If you'd like some more information, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com. Outgoing Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby battling 4 federal charges ahead at 7:30. The new move to have her trial moved out of Baltimore. But first,
we're at True Balance Studio this morning for Fall Fitness, things you could do at home or at office to get fit. That's coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all morning, all local. All local.
7:24, and it's so Baltimore. Get back to the true balance of your body and restore your younger self.
That's right. True Balance Studios in Towson is helping you reach your fitness goals with a holistic approach. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live sharing more. What's up with those pull-ups, Mark? I saw those pull-ups.
I was hung up on the pull-ups. I couldn't get them out. But look, we have Gigi here, and we have Allie. This is Allie's studio. So Allie, these are exercises we could do to help our posture. I understand?
Yes. A lot of times if we're on our phones too much, or our tablets, our kids are on their tablets, or sitting at our computers too much, we want to make sure you can really strengthen your shoulders and your neck. So just working on that chin tuck, but something you can do right from your bed. Just hang that shoulder off the bed, and you do the shoulder protraction, retraction, just to get that range of motion. You can also just do some circles, both directions, just letting the shoulder kind of hang from it. You don't have to have your other shoulder here if that's hurts the shoulder, but that whatever way is more comfortable for your neck. And then the third one is horizontal abduction, just bringing it right out to the side. Great things you can do just to kind of strengthen that upper body.
Because a lot, again, like you said, we spend so much time on our pads, our phones, with the head down. I noticed you also kind of did that.
Work on that posture, yeah. So band rows, external rotation with the band, so many great things that you can do. Just using a band or just using your own body. Just squeezing, working the chin tucks.
Oh, little chin tucks. Chin tucks. Chin tucks.
Chin tucks.
I got the chin tucks. Okay, so these are moves we can do at home. And coming up next, we're going to have a high intensity one, guys. Again, it's fall fitness is going down this morning, and a lot of great information.
Yeah.
Love to hear it. Love to see it.
True balance, right? And you know what? It's Mark, you know what's bad about this? I know it is. Oh, that's right near Uncle Wiggly's. It's like a block away from Uncle Wiggly's ice cream shop, but I know where it is. All right. The old pharmacy. Yeah.
Exactly.
On York Road. Thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about how you can do those chin tucks, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
New developments in the trial against Marilyn Mosby. Her fight to move the trial out of Baltimore.
Gun violence on Baltimore streets, sobering message. One faith leader says he's hearing from the community. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, there's some excitement coming out of this morning, coming out of downtown Baltimore. On your left, whether you call it Baltimore Arena or Royal Farms Arena, there's a new name change. Pharrell Williams is one of the big names in town later on today to reveal the name of the Baltimore Arena. 60-year-old arena currently undergoing massive renovation.
And on the right side of your screen, a few blocks away from the arena, the world-famous Lexington Market is welcoming a new chapter. In just 30 minutes, a transformed Lexington Market will open its doors for the first time as those merchants start to come inside. And it's one of our country's oldest public markets that's been in Baltimore since, get this, 1782. Good morning, folks. It's a misty Monday, but it's going to be a good one. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, the rain is moving out, so it's great to head down to Lexington Market right now. Maybe get a crab sandwich. Why not? Let's find out exactly how long this cloud coverage is going to last.
Yeah. Justin?
Well, we're going to see the clouds around for the next couple of days, guys, and not really seeing much sunshine. But Tom's right. The rain moving out, even though it looks a little misty and kind of foggy right here from our Towson camera. The roads are still wet as you make your way out. And you can see statewide, our numbers are mainly in the 50s, some 40s in western Maryland over toward Cumberland, but 55 Hagerstown and Frederick, 55 Westminster, and 57 your temp in Baltimore City right now. So a few showers left over this afternoon. Temperatures, however, do stay on the mild side of things. Your morning drive, I have that yellow light there from Mr. Bowe, says take it slow with temperatures staying in the 50s for the next couple of hours. We're actually going to top out in the mid 60s today and on our way to the lower 70s Tuesday and Wednesday, even though we've got the clouds around and some of the showers that will be with us as well. Take a closer look at that forecast for you coming up in just a few.
Yeah, Justin, some fog and rain up on the Maryland 30 PA line there, too. Now, take a look at this. There is a crash in our Lynn Stoller traffic network right on the JFX southbound right near Guilford Avenue, not causing too much delays there. It's right as you're getting off the ramp there at exit 6, but no cameras showing what's going on there either. Now to a city in crisis. The recent uptick in deadly violence continues. 10 people have been shot since Friday afternoon. 3 of them died. Last week saw a number of deadly shootings, including the murder of an MTA bus driver. Police say they're searching for this man. You see him right here. That's Leon Douglas Hill, in connection with the shooting death of Elaine Jackson. Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with the latest weekend violence and its impact that it's having on the city. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, as we start a new week, this weekend and really this whole month has been gripped with violence in Baltimore. Startling statistics showing that as of Sunday, the city has averaged a life lost every day for October. And there were two separate shootings on Saturday night. And then early Sunday, a woman was shot in the Federal Hill neighborhood.
When you see the same thing happening again and again and again, people want to leave. There are those that cannot leave. And so they feel this oppression. They feel this darkness. They feel hopeless.
Bishop Angel Nunez is a faith leader in Baltimore, and he says what he hears from his congregation is that they are not immune to the violence. He says that people are scared.
The people are concerned. The people are nervous. The people are scared. They're not like, oh, okay, here's another year, another 300.
And as of Sunday, there have been 227 murders, on pace to be over 300 lives lost again this year. Back to you.
Yeah, Olivia, we just heard the frustrations and a little slight anger in his voice. He's voicing the concerns. So what is he calling for to actually stop this bloodshed?
Yeah, Tom, we did. And he's calling for tougher penalties for the crime and also help from above. He says at this point we need divine intervention and prayer. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
A new study out of Harvard shows 64% of Americans are blaming rising crime on woke politicians. Here in Baltimore, some experts point to policy as the reason behind rising crime. For example, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby not prosecuting what she calls low-level crime, or Mayor Brandon Scott not allowing police to get squeegee kids off of street corners.
A hands-off approach doesn't work, hasn't worked. And, we can be hopeful. We've got a state's attorney coming in now in Ivan Bates that has made it clear that he intends to restore actual law enforcement.
Now, some argue those policies are also behind staffing shortages within the Baltimore Police Department. BPD rolled out several incentives to try to attract new officers back in August, but the vacancies have only gone up since then from 392 to 420.
We're now waiting to hear from prosecutors in the federal case against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby after her defense team filed a request for the case to be moved out of Baltimore. That request came Friday. It's under seal, which means it's not clear why Mosby wants her case moved. Now, in the past, her defense team argued negative local media coverage had tainted the potential jury pool, even though Mosby herself has appeared on many national media discussing her case. And also, it's not clear where Mosby's defense team wants this trial to be held. It could be moved out of state or to Maryland's only other federal courthouse in Greenbelt.
Most of the jurors very likely will come from Prince George's County, people of color. So perhaps her defense team may believe they'll get a more favorable jury pool in the Southern District of Maryland.
I don't know that she's necessarily going to get a jury that's more favorable to her. They certainly would not be as familiar with the facts of the case.
Now, Mosby's trial has already been pushed back twice. It's now set to begin March 27th. We'll let you know the outcome of the change of venue request.
The federal government stepping in as the country sees more young people committing crime, how they're helping in the crime fight.
And the Trump Organization on trial for potential tax fraud, the big day ahead in court.
Rain showers are moving out of the region, but that cloud cover is still there. Justin Chambers, our meteorologist, looks at the details in your forecast coming up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning. The Trump Organization's tax fraud trial is set to begin today.
Shannon Lilly is in our live center this morning with the latest. Shannon.
Well, we're taking a live look right now over New York City, where jury selection in the criminal trial against the Trump Organization begins today. Now, the organization, which is the holding company for the former president, is accused of fraud and helping some top executives avoid income taxes. As for what it could mean for Trump himself, take a listen.
He is not personally charged. I don't expect that that's going to change, although it obviously could. Company can't go to jail, but this can be very, very problematic for his company.
Now, we're told that Trump did sign some of the checks at the very center of this case. But again, he is not charged with anything as of now, and he is not expected to testify or even attend the trial. The star witness of the trial is Trump's longtime CFO, Alan Weisselberg, who has already pleaded guilty to 15 related felony counts, including accepting untaxed benefits, which included school tuition for his grandchildren. Now, his testimony is part of a plea agreement requiring him to spend up to 5 months in jail. Again, jury selection beginning in Manhattan's New York State Supreme Court today, and we will be sure to follow this for you and bring you any updates as soon as we get them. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Taylor.
Thank you, Shannon. Halloween right around the corner, and some not so sweet news for consumers. Just how much the cost of candy is going up.
But first, how the Justice Department is joining the fight against crime fueled by young people. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Young people fueling violent crimes, either as suspects or victims. It's a troubling trend one we've seen right here in our city and around the country. This morning, though, the federal government stepping in. Justice Department is now giving Western Washington $10 million with a clear message: fix the youth gun violence.
That's right. Jeremy Harris with our Sinclair station in Washington explains where this money is going and how the department says it will help.
Disturbing and tragic stories of violence in Western Washington, made more upsetting by the fact that the accused violent offenders are often still in their youth.
It really requires an all-hands-on-deck approach.
It's something U.S. Attorney Nicholas Brown says has become a top concern for police here.
Obviously, when you have local jurisdictions that are setting new records for homicides, that's something that we have to be concerned about. And so it takes both law enforcement groups, prosecutors, and these community groups to really provide the foundation for making this a safer place.
And today, an announcement from the Department of Justice that will bring millions to community diversion programs aimed at preventing youth gun crime.
I'm not shocked like why the gun violence are really rising up.
Sarum Fund runs the Peacemaking Academy in Burien, a court diversion program that used to have space in this building until funding ran dry.
Not having the actual place to engage them in the activity that they like to do, it's really challenging and difficult.
But he says they'll use this grant money to directly give young offenders a path away from violence by offering supportive group options.
They're struggling in seeing the world that they're seeing, and they're influenced by the world that they inherit.
I think the pandemic really had an impact on some of the community support systems, churches, community groups, after-school programs, all these things that youth were relying on for stability and support in the community. When the pandemic hit and those things shut down or shuttered their operations, that just evaporated this level of support.
U.S. Attorney Brown says today's grant funds will be a big step towards rebuilding those diversion systems.
The data is very clear that once you enter the system, it is very hard to get out.
Now, there is also money headed to law enforcement programs from these grants, including just shy of $1 million for Seattle police to streamline their body camera system.
Young people and crime is not a new problem, and according to an associated professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, the institution of family can now turn things around.
And so it starts at home, because it's home that makes the decisions about how you're going to live your life. And these young people, 16, 14 years old, they are living under the roofs of adults. And those adults have a role to play in how they behave, who they engage with, where they live, and what they have access to.
Please join us for our next Your Voice, Your Future town hall at the Hoover Memorial Church on Loch Raven Boulevard. It happens today at 6:30 p.m. The subject is all about young people and crime and whether the answer lies in the church.
Well, in the week ahead, Fox 45 News will, of course, continue to seek answers about a program that's supposed to help curb the crime in Baltimore. For months now, Fox 45 has been investigating Safe Streets, a blueprint Mayor Brandon Scott has touted as Baltimore's flagship gun violence reduction program. Well, last week, City Council held an investigative hearing, hoping to bring clarity about whether this program is working or not. However, council members failed to address the questions that we've been asking for months. And they include: who are the current employees? What does their training look like? What, if any, measurable guidelines are in place for the organizations running these locations? How does the public know these organizations are keeping tabs on Safe Streets operation? Well, Councilman Yichi Slafer ended last week's meeting early, saying it just went too far off track. He says he wants answers to those questions, too.
I mean, we're going to get the information. So I think there's a lesson learned, and that is that there needs to be better communication with the council when there's going to be shifts to major programming like this. We definitely need more transparency across the board from every agency, specifically as it relates to this program. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about how this program works, the locations that it's in, the mixed data that we've been seeing. And so it is important that we have a lot more communication, and that they over communicate instead of under communicate.
Well, you know, Fox 45 News will continue demanding accountability. You can find all of our reporting on Safe Streets right now at foxbaltimore.com.
All right, let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast today. That shot behind you, Justin, yeah, kind of a foggy, man.
Yeah, a little bit. My baloney has a first name. It's...
Baloney?
Come on.
Wait, what? Oscar. Oh, Oscar Mayer Wiener.
O-S-C-A-R. My baloney has a last name.
M-E-Y-E-R.
Thank you. There
Yikes,
you go.
you're nothing.
Right.
There's a big truck, too, the hot dog truck, the Oscar Mayer Wiener truck.
The Wienermobile, yeah.
Yeah, they have like 8 of them traveling.
But this is baloney day, Tom,
It
not
is.
hot dogs.
Well, is there that much difference? Isn't it just the spices? Not it.
It's all the same.
Just a flat piece right there, right, that you throw on a sandwich. Hey, good day to have a good sandwich, maybe a cup of soup or a bowl of soup, maybe some mulligatawny, maybe a crab bisque, whatever you'd like here this morning. Our Towson camera. Good morning. Mile 1 Auto Group cam is looking good. I had a dream, actually, that I knew Jerry Seinfeld. I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, hey, how's the show's going? Oh, it's pretty good. Anyway. All right, HD radar, not really showing much in the way of actual rain. You can see that the big green areas there on that radar returns picking up in parts of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Basically 95 to the north is where you're going to run into some of that heavier rain. Right now, that area of low pressure, that's that coastal low, which is bringing the cloud cover and brought the rain to us last night through this morning. This is our hourly future scan, so it doesn't show a lot in the way of rain. You can see all of the clouds, however, that are going to be with us throughout the day today. So an overcast afternoon. May see a couple of stray showers late this afternoon into the evening time, but for the most part, we're just going to stay dry and just kind of overall cloudy. Here's a look at the Rise and Shine cast. Enjoy your beverage with us, that warm beverage this morning, maybe an ice cold beverage, whatever you like. 60 by 10 a.m. Sun will be up until 6:15. We don't see much of the sun today. Low to mid 60s for our highs, and these numbers are actually near average for this time of year. Look how much warmer it is. Detroit, Nashville, St. Louis, 70s and 80s, down through Atlanta in the mid 70s today. Meanwhile, colder conditions in Bismarck back through Billings, Montana. Only 51 in Denver for their high today. So I'll take 60s in cloud cover as opposed to those 50s. Now, hold off on the car wash. Red lights here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, because we have those off and on showers that are going to stay with us. And you can actually see that here in our future scan. Again, we are not tracking a lot in the way of actual heavy rain that's going to be with us for the next few days. Even tomorrow, the clouds stay with us. Wednesday, a cold front's going to come through. That'll be another round of showers, especially by Wednesday afternoon into the evening. This is the cold front that'll bring the potential for some severe weather in parts of the Central Plains later this week. But we are going to see that move out of here by Thursday, the drier air back in behind it, and slightly cooler temperatures as well. I'm loving these Halloween pet pics, and this is a great one. Rue, Precious, Leon, Bandit, all from Jessica Miles, and look at those doggies. They are superheroes, and they're all dressed up and ready for Halloween. Dress up your pets. We know you love to do it, and send us the pictures. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Chime in on our website. You can do Facebook, Instagram, all the other good things, even on Twitter. We'll put your pics on TV. So 70s for the next couple of days, even with the clouds that'll be around. Less cloud cover, more sun later this week and into the weekend. Temperatures in the mid 60s. Should be a great final weekend of October. Tom?
All right, thank you. Justin, homes are now taking longer to sell, all thanks to inflation. The one advice to those looking to sell right now.
And Halloween is just around the corner, but candy prices keep creeping on up. How much more you should budget for your candy this year?
Well, speaking of candy, you know what candy goes perfect with a hot cup of coffee?
What?
Three Musketeers.
No. Plain M&Ms. Either way, it's time for a coffee break.
7:55, topping your consumer news. Inflated prices jolting interest rates are causing many homes to take twice as long to sell than just a few months ago. Data from real estate brokerage firm Redfin shows on average homes sat on the market for around 34 days. Some home mortgage rates are now almost 7%. One Redfin economics expert says buyers who can afford the higher rates should attempt to negotiate lower purchase prices before committing.
Halloween shoppers looking for sweet deals on candy are in for a sour shock, with the average prices of the most popular treats taking a jump from last year. Data Assembly's Grocery Price Index shows the 10 most popular candies rose on average about 13% since last year. Some brands like Skittles and Starburst are increasing about 30%. Data Assembly's CEO says supply chain issues, rising energy costs, and the increased cost of sugar are to blame for those price hikes. Halloween is quickly approaching, and we want to see your decorations, costumes, and all your fall foliage pictures. Go ahead and send them to us on our Chime In app. You can go there online to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Trending now, another successful Harbor Harvest Festival.
Yeah, families swarming to the Inner Harbor just yesterday afternoon to enjoy the fall fun. The event featuring rides and games, including a hay maze, a petting zoo, as you can see right there, and a pumpkin patch. The festival took place 1 year anniversary of the reopening of Rashfield Park, so families were just loving the venue there. Awesome. A Baltimore County branch of the NAACP held its first Health and Wellness Fair. The event offered job resources, free health screenings, holistic services, and a whole lot more. You can find more on that event as well as other upcoming events right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Crisis in America's public schools as our country sees a dramatic learning loss. Coming up, a closer look at the numbers across the country and right here in Baltimore.
The brand new reopened Lexington Market, set to open actually in just a few minutes. Fox 45 News is there as they cut the ribbon. 7:57, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 o'clock on this Monday morning, meaning Lexington Market is officially open to the public after a major upgrade. Olivia Dans has the details for us coming up.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining us on this October 24th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and it was a little misty coming in, but not too bad. It's feeling like fall, right? Justin Chambers, our meteorologist, for a look at our forecast.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've never been to that Lexington Market. I got to check it out.
Man, yeah, you got to go. We used to do events down there, too.
You said crab? What did you say, crab?
Crab anything down there.
Okay.
They're great. Fadley's, I mean, you had the sandwiches, soft crab sandwiches.
Soft
Have
crab
you ever had
sandwiches. Yeah, you said crab sandwiches, and I was like, all right, you had me at that. So I definitely want to check it out. Hey, good morning to all of you. Appreciate you here being with us live and local over the next couple of hours as we take a look outside. So not getting a lot of rain, actually a little bit of a light breeze as we're zoomed in on the flags down near the inner harbor at this time. A lot of cloud cover that's out there, and over the next couple of hours and you're out and about, cast, we're going to keep that cloud cover going. Numbers in the 50s and 60s. So overall, our temperatures are not that bad. We could be a lot colder than we are right now, and that's not going to be the case. In fact, low to mid 60s for our highs this afternoon will be pretty close to our 30-year average later today. Back with that full forecast and how long this cloud cover sticks around coming up in a few.
All right, the Lexington Market is set to open its doors. Well, just did, actually, after this massive upgrade.
Yeah, for more than 200 years, Lexington Market has been a staple in Baltimore, but now this historic market is getting a new look.
That's right. Olivia Dans joining us now outside the market. Olivia, what can you tell us about the upgrade?
Well, good morning, Taylor and Tom. The Lexington Market behind us here just officially opened moments ago. They just rung the historic bell, signaling the soft launch opening of the market. And right now I want to bring in Peter. He is with Seawall, a lead developer on the project. Thank you so much for speaking with us. This is a historic project, years in the making, multi-million-dollar project. Now that it's finally here, what can the community expect?
Well, here we are on the first day of the soft opening. There's a few vendors opening this morning, with many more vendors opening over the course of the fall and early next year until all 50 vendors are open in the new market. I think people can expect a brand new building, some favorite vendors that they knew from the old market, as well as many new small businesses from all across Baltimore, a diverse group of businesses, things that folks were really in the community were really asking for.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know that the vendors kind of represent Baltimore and, like you said, a diverse group of vendors. So I'm sure everyone's excited to see some of the new ones as well as the old ones that were in the previous market. Now, what makes this market better? It's obviously improved, a new building, but what makes it better than the old market?
I think we're finally able to do some of the things that people were really asking for, right? To have a more diverse group of vendors, to have all different types of cuisines that represent the people that live in this great city and all across the region. To have, Maryland agriculture and water represented here is really cool. I think also just to be able to see the history, right? You can't lose the history of a 240-year-old market. So I think some of the signs that people remember, some of the faces that they remember will be here in that market. And I think that'd be really important.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Peter, for speaking with us. And stick around, because coming up at 9, we're actually going to give you guys a first glance inside the market and potentially talk with some of the vendors. So we're looking forward to that. But make sure you come by and stop and see what the new market has to offer. You can also visit transformlexington.com or our website at foxbaltimore.com for a full list of vendors. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dans, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And there's more exciting things happening in downtown today. This one just 3 blocks away from Lexington Market. This afternoon, we're going to learn what the new name for the Baltimore Arena is going to be. The arena, which just turned 60 on Sunday, is undergoing a massive $200 million renovation. But today, you'll check out some big names that will be joining Mayor Scott for that announcement, including musician Pharrell Williams and NFL Hall of Famer Ray Lewis Jr. Once fully renovated, the Baltimore Arena is expected to be a major anchor on downtown's west side. Already, some big names are set to perform there next year. That includes Bruce Springsteen and Blink-182. The name reveal is happening at 4 o'clock, and you can watch it live at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News investigating a potential waste of tax dollars. An after-school center for kids built to honor the Baltimore family who were murdered 20 years ago is now sitting unused. All 7 members of the Dawson family were killed in a firebomb attack in October of 2002. A drug dealer retaliated against the family after Angela Dawson, the mother, reported neighborhood drug activity to police. Now, 2 decades later, Fox 45 News received a tip that the Dawson Safe Haven Center has not been used for several years. This sparking concern over the lack of oversight for the city-owned property.
This is a textbook case of spending taxpayer dollars without oversight, without accountability, because now you have this property that's in disrepair that taxpayers spent a lot of money on.
If not for the 20th anniversary of this tragedy, it's not clear how long this unused property would go unnoticed. Online property records for the state of Maryland list the mayor and city council of Baltimore as the owners of the property. Meanwhile, the mayor's office has not answered our questions about this building. Go ahead and download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
10 people shot, 3 dead, all since Friday afternoon. Still to come. Why one leader thinks the city needs to who they need to turn to for help.
Baltimore City Public Schools seeing one of the steepest declines in the nation when it comes to school test scores. Coming up, a live look at these numbers.
Cloudy and wet morning. Our temperatures are not too bad. 50s across the state from Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air down through Baltimore City. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with the improving conditions later this week. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us. .09 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Mother Nature has a sense of humor. She's like, oh, really, Justin? It's going to be cloudy and rainy all day. And then we take this shot, and that sun is trying to poke through right now, which is definitely good. We'll keep the clouds around for the most part today and still expect to see a few showers later this afternoon as well. So as you transition to breakfast to brunch, upper 50s and lower 60s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, breaking from our live center this morning, new numbers show math and reading scores fell across the country last year, erasing decades of progress in public schools.
And in Baltimore City public schools, we've seen one of the worst declines across the country.
Now, Shannon Lill is joining us from our live center now with the new numbers just out this morning. Shannon.
Those alarming numbers, Tom, are coming from the National Assessment of Educational Progress, which was administered from January to March of this year to 4th and 8th graders nationwide. Now, reading and math scores both fell. In fact, for math, it was the single biggest one-year decline since record keeping started back in 1969. So let's take a look at this graph, though, just for Baltimore City Public Schools. And this one shows the average for math scores for 4th graders. You can see right here where the scores are for the nation. Then large cities, those are both in the light blue, and then Baltimore City in the green. You can see it falls significantly below all of those numbers. Baltimore City is one of 23 urban districts who saw a score decrease. In fact, it saw the largest decrease in scores at 15 points. Now, as for the state, Maryland 4th graders who took the test scored on average 10 points lower in mathematics and 7 points lower in reading than students in 2019. 8th graders' average score fell 11 points in math and 5 points in reading. A few nationwide key takeaways in this new report. Nearly 4 in 10 8th graders failed to grasp just basic math concepts in this year's test. There was an average 8-point decline in 8th grade math scores. And for context, a 10-point gain or loss is considered the equivalent of a full school year. Now, while many are quick to blame the pandemic closures, the test results show significant declines were still seen even in districts that returned to the classroom early. But students that scored higher on the test were more likely to have regular access to a quiet space, a reliable computer and internet connection, and help from their teachers. Well, the National Assessment of Educational Progress is typically administered every other year. Samples were collected in 2022 from hundreds of thousands of 4th and 8th graders from thousands of schools across the country. And it was the first time the test has been given since 2019. That's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor and Tom, back to you.
Phelan Mosby's defense team requests a change of venue. Why and what we can expect from this next.
2 weeks from tomorrow, you have the chance to vote for an amendment deciding on term limits for Baltimore City elected officials. What you need to know before heading to the polls. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:14, November 8th, Baltimore City residents will have an opportunity to vote on a charter amendment to decide on term limits for Baltimore City elected officials. As part of our ongoing look at ballot questions, we examine the pros and cons of term limits. David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection Alliance is joining us live this morning to weigh in on this. Good morning, David.
Good morning, and this is question K. And basically, if you're the mayor, if you're the city council president, a city council member, or the comptroller, you have term limits of 8 years, and you get to serve 8 years within a 12-year span. Now, there's a little bit of confusion, and people think that, that's it. If you're a city council member, 8 years, that's it. Not necessarily, because you can run for mayor and you can run for city council president. So that's the reading that I take of this amendment. So it's term limits for one particular office.
Yeah, at one particular office, then you move to another one, you can go back. And it was kind of some of the wording in there, the shortened versions in this. And they have a limit on how much you can write in these because this is a 3-page ballot that voters in Baltimore City are going to be flipping through come November 8th. You think the location of where all these questions are? I mean, question K is just right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, it is. And this is one of the more controversial questions. And usually when you have these amendments, these charter amendments, they pass, pretty easily, right? But this one is interesting because it includes the comptroller. Now, this is a little bit different, but not new, because we've seen this in Houston. We've seen it in the state of New York, where they're looking at term limits for the comptroller and other offices. And Baltimore is really interesting that they're doing this for the comptroller, because the comptroller sits on the Board of Estimates. And quite frankly, Tom, the Board of Estimates has had some issues this past year, with travel, retroactively approving travel things. And then the previous comptroller, Joan Pratt, she had issues with the Inspector General. So I think it's a good idea if you're going to include city council members, why not the comptroller, especially in Baltimore, that it's such a prominent position.
But David, the other side has been arguing, we vote every 4 years. Why not just vote? You have the you can clean them out if you want to with the vote, including the comptroller. So why is this such a big push now for Baltimore City? Some other cities do it, some don't.
Yeah, and so you're right. That is the pushback is that every 4 years you can vote them out. But here's the problem: is incumbency has its perks because you are able to raise so much money. You have the name recognition, and you get rid of people that maybe are doing a good job. But what about the people that don't have the money and don't have the name recognition that could do a better job? And you look at a state like Virginia; they have the governor that can only serve one term. We really don't see chaos in Virginia, do we? We see that, the state of Virginia is doing fine. And term limits across the country, really, we don't see the drawbacks of this. And quite frankly, this is not going to be a bad thing. And this starts in 2024. So, I know at least 14, 15, maybe 16 people in Baltimore City that will be voting against this. Right. And those are city council members and the mayor, for sure.
Oh, yeah. All right, David Williams, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure. 8:18 is the time on this Monday morning. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers showing us a little bit of sunshine, and then, it's gone.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, Tom.
Feeling it a little bit?
Yeah, the back is still, you said you're fine. That's because you were doing burpees over there at Big Truck.
I was forced to do burpees.
On Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
That's how his weekend was. He did golf, he did burpees, he did golf. A lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah. A lot of golf.
A lot of things.
A lot of burpees and a lot of golf.
A lot of fun, too. Hopefully you enjoyed your weekend. Boy, I tell you, Saturday was spectacular. Great weather. Yeah, yesterday we had the clouds and then the rain that rolled in last night. Some of that rain left over, and you can still see some of those raindrops on our camera, but we are seeing some brighter skies at this time. Even though those clouds are going to stay with us today, may get a pocket of sunshine trying to break through. 57 your current temp right now in Towson. It's not going to rain all day. In fact, most of the rain is pretty much done for now. What we'll see is just going to be those off and on kind of showers and kind of that mist that will be out there. Most of the heavier rain is well to the north of us up toward Philly and New York. It's all part of this coastal low pressure system that is just sitting off the coast right now, bringing in that cloud cover, but our temperatures get to stay on the mild side. So your hourly future scan looking like this as we take you through 10 o'clock this morning. Overall, cloudy skies are with us. As we go in the later part of the afternoon, you're going to see a stray shower or two here and there. But overall, again, not really dealing with much in the way of any kind of heavy rain. That's going to continue into Tuesday as well. Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about. Yeah, 60s are not bad. In fact, that's typically where we are for October 24th. So keeping those mid 60s around. Even some of us in the low to mid 60s for Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. 62 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, Dundalk in those 60s as well. Warmer in the western part of Maryland, almost 70 in Cumberland, and areas in the mountains and Ohio River Valley, Cleveland, Columbus, all the way down through Charleston, West Virginia, in the mid to upper 70s. So that's where the nice sunny skies are going to be later today. Now, on our temperature tracker, notice that those numbers are going to climb above average starting tomorrow and into Wednesday, even with the clouds, but then slowly start getting back down near the average numbers. Overall, no big real major temperature swings heading into the weekend. We are going to see those clouds stick around through Tuesday. A couple of showers that'll be around by Tuesday afternoon. And then Wednesday, a cold front's going to come through. We'll see a better chance of some showers by Wednesday, late afternoon into Thursday before drier days will be ahead. 7 days out until Halloween, and we're just 56 days from the first night of Hanukkah. And a shout out to Pam in Darlington up there in Harford County. Look at Dex in a Box, or Dex in the Box. That is Dexter the dog right there. Thank you, Pam in Darlington. Love those Halloween pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'll put them on TV all the way through Halloween next week. All right, so here we go. 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, we stay mainly dry, just a couple of off and on showers for the next few days, clearing out nicely as we approach the weekend. How are we looking on the roads, Tom? Issues out there this morning?
Yeah, there are some issues. Oh, back to those burpees, though. A lady came up to me when I was doing the burpees. People were paying for me to do the burpees.
What?
Yeah, and she said those are the most pathetic burpees I've seen in a long time. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Great job. Good
it's
job.
for the kids. It's for the kids.
Well,
all right.
yeah.
Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and there are some incidents, nothing too bad, but there is this accident right here that's happening. This is 695, and you can see some of the fire trucks just moving the scene here. So some good news there is this is just your slowdown here on 95, right when you're hitting 83 and 95 southbound there. So it's off to the right-hand side.
The month of October has been gripped with violence in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear what faith leaders are calling for to stop the bloodshed.
True Balance Studios, high intensity training. We're going to talk about it next. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Hit, 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 hit.
8:24 on this Monday morning, and it is so Baltimore. Take a holistic approach to getting back in shape or rejuvenating your body on this Monday morning.
What it's all about.
Yeah.
True Balance Studios in Towson, providing progressive workouts which correct muscle imbalances. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live right now, trying to correct some of those imbalances. Mark?
He was supposed to pop up next to us. I thought we were going to work out together.
Well, look, Justin and Tom, that's right. First of all, Gigi says hi, Tom. She says she knows you. Okay, and this is Allie. So this is the high-intensity part. You can do this at home, guys. You talk about adjusting or trying to, get fit in a simple manner. Allie, this is what, high-intensity training?
Yes, Tabata.
Tabata?
20 seconds on, 10 seconds off. And you can use any kind of interval that you want. You can make it joint safe and just move those feet, or you can do something a little bit more like...
Come on, Justin. Come on, Tom. How long are you?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then you rest.
Okay.
And then you rest for 10 seconds. And then you can do jump jacks. Touch jacks.
As simple as this, guys. Oh, touch jacks.
Get that booty back. Get that booty back.
Booty back.
Booty back.
Booty back. You can do this at home. You can do it at work. Come on, Justin. Your turn.
Get that booty back. Come on.
So this is what we're doing. Coming up next, we'll talk about juicing.
My back still hurts from playing golf, Mark. I can't. This guy's, he's all into it, but I'm not. I don't know. That looks like a lot of fun, and looks like you got a good workout too.
Yeah. No, we're sweaty,
Definitely.
right? Hopefully everybody at home's getting sweaty too.
Yeah.
There you go. Look at that. You're glistening.
Yes, I am.
All right, Mark, thank you. And of course, he's going to be working out all morning long. If you'd like some more information about how you can work out with Mark, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
You're getting it, man. Even doing all those burpees, you're all fired up. I love it. Looking out over the stadiums here on Victory Monday. A cloudy day ahead. Couple of showers here and there still to get through. We'll take a closer look at that forecast coming up in a few.
And a live look now from New York City, where jury selection in the criminal trial against the Trump organization begins today. What it could mean for the organization and the former president himself. It's 8:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, 8:30, and yeah, let's talk about some football here. The Ravens waking up this morning victorious over the Cleveland Browns, winning it 23-20. They tried to lose it a couple times, but they held on and won it. Despite the rough start, the Ravens looking to remain on top of the AFC North standings with that win. Still to come, how the fans supporting their team while sporting their purple pride. And you see it is Monday. And also, did you see that over there? That was Camden Yards we had over there, because we're talking baseball. In fact, right here on Fox, Friday night, we'll have the World Series Game 1. Not too bad. That's Phillies versus the Houston Astros. Well, it's Monday, October 24th, and we want to get a quick look at your meteorologist, Justin Chambers, looking at our forecast here. Foggy start, but it's looking better by the minute.
It is, Tom. And, you mentioned the Astros. Of course, Trey Mancini traded to the Astros, our favorite Orioles player, so he gets to play in the World Series now. The Astros haven't lost this postseason, so we'll see what happens with that. But good for the Phillies being back in. And we'll talk more about that coming up. And, yeah, we are seeing some brighter conditions as you look outside right now. Still those clouds that are hanging around. Overall, not going to be a rainy and pouring type day. We'll have a couple of scattered showers here and there. Those clouds will be kind of loitering throughout the day, basically the next couple of days as well. 40s in Oakland and Cumberland right now, 56 Hagerstown and Westminster at 55, while we are in the mid-50s for Bel Air and Baltimore down through Annapolis at this time. Hopefully you got some good rain from Mother Nature. Your yard and gardening cast looking good. Overall, our temperatures back to the mid-60s this afternoon, which is near average for this time of year. We're actually going to see some lower 70s for Tuesday and Wednesday, so even though we've got the cloud cover and a few showers, we do have temperatures that are going to be slightly above average. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at some of the fender benders that are out there. The biggest one, though, is this one right here. It's causing some delays. Inner loop, 695 right at Green Spring. And you see the fire trucks on the right-hand side. There's 3 vehicles apparently there. There's also one northbound on the JFX right at Northern Parkway. A couple other fender benders up on 95. And then one right across that's slowing you down. But the cameras aren't showing anything right when you get across Fort McHenry Tunnel southbound on 95. Now to a city in crisis. The recent uptick in deadly violence continues. 10 people have been shot just since Friday afternoon. 3 of them have died. Last week, we saw a number of deadly shootings, including the murder of an MTA bus driver by this man. Police say they're looking for him. This is Leon Douglas Hill. He's in connection with the shooting death of Elaine Jackson. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with the latest weekend violence and its impact it's having on the city. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, as we start a new week, this weekend and really this whole month has been gripped by violence in Baltimore. Startling statistics showing that as of Sunday, the city has averaged a life lost every day so far for October. And on Saturday night, there were 2 separate shootings. And then early on Sunday, a woman was shot in the Federal Hill neighborhood.
When you see the same thing happening again and again and again, people want to leave. There are those that cannot leave. And so they feel this oppression, they feel this darkness, they feel hopeless.
Bishop Angel Nunez is a faith leader in Baltimore, and he says what he hears from his congregation is that they are not immune to the violence. He says that people are scared.
The people are concerned. The people are nervous. The people are scared. They're not like, oh, okay, here's another year, another 300.
And as of Sunday, there have been 227 murders, on pace to be over 300 lives lost again this year. Tom, back to you.
Yeah, Olivia, he's been very vocal. We hear the frustration and concerns Pastor Nunez was just addressing right there. And get a little bit of anger in his voice. So what is he doing, though, to call to, in order to stop all this bloodshed?
Well, Tom, he's calling for tougher penalties for the crime, and he's also calling for help from above. He says at this point, we need divine intervention and prayer. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
A new Harvard-Harris poll shows 64% of Americans blame rising crime on woke politicians. Here in Baltimore, some experts point to policy as the reason behind rising crime. For example, City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby not prosecuting what she calls low-level crime, or Mayor Brendan Scott not allowing police to get squeegee kids off of street corners.
The hands-off approach doesn't work, hasn't worked, And, we can be hopeful. We've got a state's attorney coming in now in Ivan Bates that has made it clear that he intends to restore actual law enforcement.
Now, some argue those policies are also behind staffing shortages in the Baltimore Police Department. BPD rolled out several incentives to try to attract new officers back in August, but the vacancies have only gone up since then from 392 to 420.
So we want to know what you think about this. Do you blame so-called woke politicians for the recent rise in crime? As you see on the bottom of your screen right there, so far, 95% of those who have voted already say yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
And please join us for our next town hall, Your Voice, Your Future town hall here at Hoover Memorial Church on Loch Raven Boulevard. It happens today at 6:30 p.m. The subject is all about young people and crime and whether the answer lies in the church.
8:35 right now, and we are now waiting to hear from prosecutors in the federal case against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby after her defense team filed a request for the case to be moved out of Baltimore. That request came Friday, and it's still under seal, which means it's not clear why Mosby wants her case moved. Now, in the past, her defense team has argued negative local media coverage has tainted the potential jury pool, even though Mosby herself has appeared on numerous national media discussing her case. It's also not clear where Mosby's defense team wants the trial to be held. It could be moved out of state or to Maryland's only other federal courthouse in Greenbelt.
Most of the jurors very likely will come from Prince George's County, people of color. So perhaps her defense team may believe they'll get a more favorable jury pool in the Southern District of Maryland.
I don't know that she's necessarily going to get a jury that's more favorable to her. They certainly would not be as familiar with the facts of the case.
Mosby's trial has already been pushed back twice. It's now set to begin March 27th. Of course, we'll let you know the outcome of the change of venue request.
Happening today, the Trump Organization's fraud trial is set to begin.
Yeah, Shannon Lilly is in our live center this morning with the latest. Shannon.
Yeah, and right now we're taking a live look over New York City, where jury selection in that criminal trial against the Trump Organization begins today. Now, the organization, which is the holding company for the former president, is accused of fraud and helping some top executives avoid income taxes. As for what it could mean for Trump himself, let's take a listen.
He is not personally charged. I don't expect that that's going to change, although it obviously could. Company can't go to jail, but this can be very, very problematic for his company.
Well, we're told that Trump did sign some of the checks at the center of this very case. But again, he is not charged with anything as of now, and he's not expected to testify or even attend the trial. The star witness of the trial is Trump's longtime CFO, Alan Weisselberg, who has already pleaded guilty to 15 related felony counts, including accepting untaxed benefits, which included school tuition for his grandchildren. Now, his testimony is part of a plea agreement requiring him to spend up to 5 months in jail. Again, jury selection beginning in Manhattan's New York State Supreme Court today. We will be sure to follow all of this and bring you any updates as soon as we get them. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom and Taylor.
Thank you, Shannon. Still to come this morning, Lexington Market finally open after a major transformation. How you can get a first glance at the nearly 50 local vendors best representing Baltimore.
And it's mostly cloudy with a few stray showers, but we've got highs in the 60s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when the warmer temps are on their way. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:41 is your time right now. It is Monday morning. Hope you had a great weekend. Looking outside right now, a little brighter conditions. We'll have mostly cloudy skies throughout the day today. Still tracking the potential of a few of those afternoon showers and temperatures staying mild. We're in the 50s now, on our way to the mid-60s for our highs later this afternoon. Back with your full forecast, which takes you through the upcoming weekend, the final weekend of October. Taylor?
All right, and remember, you can track severe storms even when they're not on air, even when we're not on air. You can download our free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF. Developing now, a car crashes into a building and ignites in flames. What we know so far about how the event unfolded. A popular airline is doing away with offering first-class seats on international flights. What the company will do with the freed-up space. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I heard a boom. I did not know what it was. It frightened me. I was in my bed.
Developing this morning, police in Washington, D.C. are looking for that driver that crashed into an apartment building just before midnight. The vehicle went through the wall and caused a small fire. Fortunately, nobody was hurt. John Gonzalez with our sister station in D.C. joins us from the scene with the details.
Well, what a startling situation. Just spoke to one of the neighbors here, one of the residents. Her home is now deemed uninhabitable. She says she felt the place shake right at around midnight, and that is because a car slammed right into the unit right under her. This is Northeast D.C., and it just is an amazing situation because no one was injured, but the driver took off on foot. After crashing into the unit, he jumped out the window. 2 apartments have been deemed uninhabitable. The people living in these apartments have been receiving help from the building management. Now take a look at some of the pictures here tweeted by DC Fire before things got boarded up. The DC Fire Special Ops team is working with building inspectors. Today they will check the structural integrity of this 3-story apartment complex. This is the 4500 block of Claremont Drive in Northeast. The driver went off the road here at North Capitol and careened right into the building. Building management is also working to obtain emergency shelters for the occupants who were inside at the time. Fortunately, no injuries have been reported, but police are still searching for the driver of this unusual hit and run. In Northeast Washington, John Gonzalez, back to you.
All right, Ravens Nation's Ravens are waking up victorious this morning. Another big Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium as the Ravens welcome their divisional rivals from Cleveland to Charm City. The day started with a 10-year anniversary celebration for Super Bowl 47. Hall of Famers Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, and a ton of others were in the house for this one. The Ravens played well, but nearly blew another double-digit lead. It's okay, though. Gus Edwards scored 2 touchdowns in his first game back from a torn ACL. The Ravens beat the Browns 23-20.
Yeah, it was certainly an exciting one, and Ravens Nation is taking to Twitter to express their feelings about that close win. I really like this post. An ugly win is still a win. Good job, Ravens. Yes. Slim here, though, says he was a little scared. Y'all almost made me pass out. Glad we won, but do better next time. Yeah, please don't give us a heart attack again. Now we have this guy. Look at him. Happy, happy, happy. And look how cute this duo is. Looks like a dad and his daughter. New member of the hashtag Ravens Walk. She looks so good in her purple pride, and it looks like they've got some pizza, too. And I thought Big G here has a good point. He says a win is a win. 4-3 overall and 2-0 in the division is good. You can't score 30-plus every game. Defense made stops when they needed, and the offense scored enough to win. With Tampa's loss today, that changes the complexion of Thursday's game, and the probability to win increases. So we'll definitely have to see how that big Thursday game plays out. Taylor?
That's right. A win is a win. Gearing up to the amazing Ravens win, many of you guys shared your Purple Pride pictures with us. Tia sent us this picture of the citywide Gold Stars at the Ravens tailgate. Look at that. And Irene, this picture from just before kickoff saying, no matter the outcome, we are still Baltimore strong. But these look a little different here. Oh my gosh, look at this child in the football jersey. So adorable. Needless to say, they are not waking up disappointed today. And one last one for you here. Amber sent us this picture of London supporting her flock by repping her all Ravens gear all day long. We want to see your Purple Pride pictures and how you're celebrating this major win for the Ravens. Go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen. It will take you straight to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. You can upload your pictures or videos there. It is powered by Stackla. The Ravens are not the only ones waking up victorious this morning. The Philadelphia Phillies and the Houston Astros are heading to the World Series. Every World Series game will air right here on Fox 45. But last night, those Philly fans took to the streets to celebrate that win. People have a lot of pride in Philly. And in 1 week, those fans will be back in the stands in Philadelphia for Game 3 of the World Series. The team will also play Game 4 and, if necessary, 5 in Philly. The last World Series the Phillies played in, they lost to the Yankees. The year before that, they came out on top, defeating Tampa Bay Rays. But let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our forecast here. We were cloudy, but it's kind of clearing up, it looks like.
Yeah, it's not too bad right now, Taylor. Of course, Game 1 is Friday night in Houston as the Astros have not lost this postseason. They're definitely tough, but Phillies, a lot of people didn't think they were going to be there. They were the wild card, and they got in. So should be a great World Series. And again, we'll have those games starting Friday night right here on Fox 45. But yeah, we are seeing some brighter skies at this time from our Towson camera. Still a lot of cloud cover out there. Not quite done with the rain. The actual rain that's falling is actually north on 95 up toward Philly, but they don't care this morning. They're waking up. They're like, you're going to the World Series. It's all good. So they had a good weekend for sure with folks there excited about their teams. And, you know, the Eagles are undefeated. They were on a bye week. So a lot of stuff could happen in there for a great sports town just up the road. We're a great sports town here. We know that. Area of low pressure is kind of hanging out over the coast, and that's called a coastal low. That's what brought the rain showers in. And luckily, it really didn't happen until after the game. That's when the rain really started falling last night and into the early morning hours this morning. Hourly future scan staying mainly cloudy here today. Notice there's not a lot of precipitation. We'll have a stray shower or two here and there, but we're not tracking a bunch of heavy rain throughout the afternoon and into the evening time. Just kind of a overcast type day. Hank the Bird, good morning to you. Yeah, all right, there he is. Upper 50s next hour, and the bird is the forecast with lower 60s through noon, into the mid 60s into that 2 or 3 o'clock hour. And 66 is typically where we are this time of year. A lot of us will be in those low to mid 60s for Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air, 66 in Baltimore City, 63 in Annapolis this afternoon. Check out the numbers in the western part of the state. Almost 70 in Cumberland today, 75 in Pittsburgh. That's where that warmer air is. And we're mild here. We just have to deal with all of that cloud cover that'll be with us. Hold off on that car wash for the next couple of days. Got 3 red lights there on your car wash cast. And you can see in our future scan, this is why. That low is kind of sitting around being pesky. It'll eventually start to slide to the north and to the east of us over the next few days, and then drier days ahead as we head toward the weekend. Shout out to Rob and Sarah. That is Dolly dressed up as Minnie Mouse. That is a great shot, Rob and Sarah. We appreciate you watching us. And thank you for getting your Halloween pet pics. By the way, we're just 7 days out until Halloween. It's next Monday, with Thanksgiving just about a month away and Christmas about 2 months away. 8 weeks from tonight, the first night of Hanukkah. Here's that 7-day forecast, 60s and 70s, even with the clouds around, numbers staying above average. Thursday and Friday, some drier conditions, more sunshine, and overall shaping up to be a very nice Halloween weekend. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a shot from Indrol, who sent this picture in of kind of the fog over the lake, and that's a gorgeous shot. We always appreciate all those pictures, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code right there on your screen.
And we're at True Balance Studio this morning. Coming up, juicing.
And IKEA is partnering with a self-driving truck company, how it's intended to help safety. And it's really not safe to drive without a coffee break. Now it's time for our coffee break. Alrighty, Halloween is just a week away from today, and it is the time to get your body right and in shape for those witches and ghouls and outrun those zombies. Sarah Kella is here with us today from Brick Bodies, and you're going to show us a bit of HIIT training that we can do to keep up.
Absolutely. So we've got all the zombie fun runs and everything going on now. So we've got 3 moves today that are going to help get us in shape, get us ready to dodge the zombies, outrun whoever's after us.
I love
Halloween.
it. Let's get right into it.
All right. So our first one is a lateral run with a touch at the end. So we're going to take 3 steps and reach down.
Okay.
3 steps and reach
Whoa,
down.
okay.
3 steps, reach down. So you're getting that quick movement through your feet, but then you get that little dodge at the end where we get the core fired up and we get the legs working.
I like this.
Yeah,
so
that's
going to
get us away.
You know what I mean? Okay, cool.
So that gets us away from the zombies.
Okay.
Then we've got whoever else is coming after us. We got a squat and a modified deadlift. So we're going to take the squat down low.
Okay.
So we duck under them. We come back up. We keep the core braced. We hinge forward at the hips. Then we're going to squeeze the glutes to stand back up. So we squat, we hinge. We squat, we hinge.
I like this one too. This feels like, you know, when you're picking up one kid, you know, dropping him down there and then grabbing some candy. This is for the power moms, I feel like.
It's going to get you ready for everything.
Okay, perfect.
It's going to get you ready for everything. And the last one is a side lunge. Great lower body, great core work. So if you stand with your feet about hip distance apart and take a big step to the side, we want to keep the chest forward, the hips forward. Yeah. Power back up through the legs, and we work on the other side.
I'm going to leave that one to you. I'm going to hit a little bit of a...
we'll get that side lunge going.
I don't think this dress allows for that kind of squat.
Maybe not.
But that is definitely something you want to hit, especially as we're getting ready for Halloween. And those haunted houses are so scary. Yeah. You want to be able to hit one of these really quick, right?
Just dodge to the side, get out of the way, yeah?
Thank you so much, Sarah. We appreciate it.
Sure
with Brick Bodies, and that's how you guys can get prepared for your Halloween. We're going to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers now for a look at the forecast. Hopefully it's not too spooky.
I'm out of breath just watching you, ladies. That was good stuff. Yeah, I'm going to definitely do that later.
Yeah.
When I'm not in a suit.
Well advised.
Okay, good.
All right.
Thank you for that. And yeah, good stuff for sure. You know, outdoors, if you do want to get some exercising in, I mean, it's not terrible right now. We have a lot of cloud cover out there. We're not talking about the pouring rain that we had yesterday afternoon and evening, even earlier this morning, some of those heavier rain showers. That's done. If anything, you'll just kind of get wet with kind of the mist and that kind of spittle that's out there. 58 your current temperature in Towson. North wind about 7 to 10 miles an hour. We're going to keep those clouds around today. The heaviest rain is well to the north and to the east of us, up north of Philly, between Philly and New York there on 95 north. So if you are driving up to that part of the country today, just know you'll have to run into some of that. Nice ridge of high pressure is centered just to the east of, or the west of us, excuse me. And that means we've got drier air in place and warmer conditions with more sunshine. We're kind of stuck under this big deck of clouds that we're going to be dealing with here, at least for the next couple of days, all thanks to that area of low pressure off of the coast. Now, this is our hourly future scan, and again, doesn't look that bad in terms of rain. It's just going to be the cloud cover that's with us through the afternoon, and mild temperatures, too. Remember last week, it was really cold with those 50s and the cloudy skies. We'll be back in the mid-60s here before you know it here later this afternoon and keeping the clouds in place. So overall, if you do want to get out there and hit the links, maybe just hit a bucket of balls to kind of warm up or kind of knock the cobwebs off for the weekend. Upper 50s this hour with lower 60s into the noon hour and mid 60s for the afternoon. And check out some of these numbers too across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Westminster into Eldersburg, Hereford Zone, Reisterstown, all in the lower 60s. Mid 60s for Lutherville and Timonium over through Perry Hall and White Marsh down into Canton and Fells for the afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties also in those low to mid 60s for Rising Sun and Elkton and Northeast down through Perryman and Aberdeen at 62 for today. Now, our high temperatures over the next few days will be near or even above average. So this temperature tracker is actually looking pretty good for the last final week or last full week of October that we're going to be dealing with heading into the weekend. Mid 60s here for both Saturday and Sunday. Should be pretty nice. Great fall weekend for sure. Here's a look at our future scan. So again, not much rain, mainly just the cloud cover that's hanging around. As we head toward Tuesday, we'll see kind of a repeat performance, maybe a stray shower or two still working in there. Wednesday, the difference is we've got a cold front coming in. This is going to be moving in from the west. And as we head into Wednesday afternoon, we do have that potential of a few showers out ahead of that front. Behind the cold front, we'll see the drier air that'll come in and cooler conditions as well, but a lot more sunshine on the way later this week. And on that holiday countdown. Yeah, I mean, 7 days until Halloween. I believe it's 13 days until the time change, which is, again, when we fall back and get that extra hour of time. 31 days until Thanksgiving and 62 days until Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree right there for Christmas Day. Christmas morning is a Sunday this year. All right, so 66 today, lower 70s Tuesday and Wednesday, back to the upper 60s on Thursday, and then those mid 60s for the weekend with mainly dry conditions and good looking weather for the Halloween weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Baltimore family making their debut on Family Feud tonight. We'll be speaking live with the Murphy family straight ahead. Meal planning can get a little overwhelming. We're talking with a nutritionist about healthy, easy options for the entire family. 9:18, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Giant.
9:21, you can whip up some quick, comforting, and budget-friendly meals for the entire family using pantry supplies. Registered dietitian with Giant Healthy Living, Kristen McGill, is joining us to share all these possibilities. It's one of those things, I look in a pantry and I go, I don't know what we could do. It's going to be a hodgepodge. My wife looks at it and she's like, oh, we've got this and an amazing meal. How do you start looking at it, and what should we have in our pantry?
Well, I'm glad you asked, and I've got 3 tips for folks watching at home. In fact, that's why I brought a bunch of stuff here so they can see. So tip number 1 is how you build a balanced plate is how you build a balanced pantry. So what you see here, stock up on those fruits and veggies, the canned variety. So just use low salt or no added sugar. Your whole grains like your brown rice, your whole wheat pasta, your lean proteins like your beans, your nuts, your seeds, your legumes.
They last forever too in the pantry. You can keep them in there for years.
Yeah, exactly. So always check the expiration dates, but you're not having to race against the clock. So when you build a balanced pantry, that's going to make it so much easier to build balanced plates and everything.
And when you're doing this, though, so when you're out at the grocery store and you're like, okay, I see this on sale. Say like the giant black beans are on sale. You get like 10 cents off a can. Grab a couple of those because they last, look at this one, till 2020. Is that a 9? 2025.
It's 2025.
All right,
yes,
yeah,
but
well,
still, we got a
they're your
couple years.
readers,
Yeah,
too, when you're out there.
exactly. Yeah, so that actually leads me into my second point. So you got all your goodies here. So how's this going to translate into a meal? So this is where you want to lean into your kitchen appliances if you have them, like your crock pot or your instant pot, because this is going to do the work for you.
Dump and walk
Yes,
away?
exactly. Yeah. So build those beans and those whole grains and those canned veggies and everything. You can also pick up some of your favorite international flavors, like your salsas and your sauces.
Add a little spice to it.
Absolutely. So play around with some of those flavors like Thai cuisine or your, Indian flavors and all of that good stuff. Don't forget about your broths too. That's going to really amp up the flavor.
That adds so that adds, what about bone broth too? I mean, get it in the freezer. I mean, we're talking pantry, but you can just keep that for a long time in the freezer.
Absolutely. Yeah, add that protein too. So
having the stuff with the kids though and having them open up the cans, dumping it in, makes them feel like they're part of it.
Absolutely.
And then they want to enjoy what comes out of it later on.
Yeah, make it a family affair too. So and get their feedback too. What do they like and everything. So you're really going to add a database of all kinds of recipes that you have on rotation too.
One of the best things too about this when you're doing on a slow cooker is afterwards, the longer it sits, some of those meals get better and better.
Absolutely.
And then the next day you've got some leftovers, so somebody could bring them to work, and eat them while they're on the morning news.
Yeah, so now we're crossing over into like meal planning, freezer meals, and we're now getting into budget savers. So we got pantry meals, money savers, all kinds of good ideas here.
Dietitian and nutritions though from Giant, you're here to help. How do we get in contact with you when we say, okay, we've got some allergy concerns here for the kids. How do I make a family meal at a low budget? Because these are all really cheap foods right here.
Yeah.
How do I do that? How do we contact you?
Actually, that brings me into my third and final point.
Okay.
You can reach out to the Healthy Living team by heading to our website, which is giantfood.com/healthyliving. And we're here to connect with you.
It's like we've done this before, right? The 3 tips right there
Absolutely.
for everybody. Look at that.
Yeah.
And there you go. There's a website right there. Makes it very easy. So Giant's right here to help you, and they've got all these products in all their locations. So really easy. Thank you so much for saving us money, too.
Yeah,
We appreciate it,
absolutely.
Kristen. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Yep.
All right, well, topping your consumer news now, inflated prices and jolting interest rates. Yeah, they're causing many homes to take twice as long just to sell. This just taking more than a few months ago, though. Data from real estate brokerage firm Redfin showing on average homes sat on the market for around 34 days. Some home mortgage rates are now almost 7%. One Redfin economist or economics expert says that the buyers who can afford higher rates should actually attempt to negotiate the purchase price before committing. Halloween shoppers looking for sweet deals on candy? Yeah, you're in for a sour shock this year, with the average prices of the most popular treats taking a jump from last year. Data Assembly's Grocery Price Index shows the 10 most popular candies rose an average of 13% in price since last year. Some brands like Skittles and Starburst increasing more than 30%. Just stick with Three Musketeers, they're good. Data Assembly's CEO says supply chain issues, rising energy costs, and increased costs of sugar are to blame for this price hike.
Oh yeah, and Halloween is quickly approaching, and we want to see your decorations and costumes and pictures of your stunning fall foliage. Go ahead and send us your photos or videos. You might see them right here on air or online. Just head foxbaltimore.com/chime in. New developments in the federal trial against Marilyn Mosby, her fight to move the trial out of Baltimore.
The month of October was gripped with violence in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear what faith leaders are calling for to stop the bloodshed.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
All right, get ready to cheer on Baltimore family tonight. In fact, some of the Murphy families here in studio right now, they're making their appearance on national TV. The Murphys are going to be on Family Feud this evening. Where can you see that? That's right here on Fox 45. And they're going to talk to us in about 15 minutes to tell us about that journey, how long it took, and how much money they're going to share with us because we don't know if they want
Brett,
they won't be able
we're
to
amongst celebrities today, though, so I'm excited to hear from them myself.
Yeah, it's finally we're among some celebrities here in the studio.
I know, more than Justin. I mean, what's going on, you know?
Wow. Now, wait a second. I thought you were going to bring up when you were on some game shows, right?
I was on a game show back in the day, but look, I'm excited to talk to them. I want to know, like, how Steve was and, like...
Well, come join us.
I know.
Join us.
I will. You want to come on the couch?
You got to join
15 minutes. All right, let me do some weather first. Then I got to jump into the content strategy session meeting.
We're about to go and poll 100 people to find out what the weather's going to be like.
Yeah.
Top five answers on the board.
Top 5 answers on the board. Here's the question. Looking out right now, beautiful shot here. I like how this is zoomed in. Appreciate the folks in the back getting us these great camera shots from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Those fall colors definitely pop in, and you can definitely see that with the cloud cover that's around today. We did get some rain overnight, and we'll still have the potential of a few off and on showers here and there, but 40s and 50s across the state right now. In fact, 58 in Baltimore City and Annapolis at this hour. So yeah, hopefully your yard and garden got some of that good rain with temperatures in the mid 60s for the later part of the afternoon. Those Halloween decorations may be a little wet. 70 tomorrow, lower 70s on Wednesday. Those numbers are actually going to be above average, even with the fact that we'll have some showers around. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with that forecast coming up in just a few. Taylor?
Alrighty, now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network, and you can see here there's a crash we want to warn you about on the Beltway. This is right in Woodlawn. Looks like the traffic there is moving, but very, very slow. You can see that slowdown on 695, so be mindful of that as you head out the door today.
9:31 and now to a city in crisis. Recent uptick in deadly violence continues. 10 people have been shot since Friday afternoon in Baltimore City, where 3 of them have died. Last week saw a number of deadly shootings, including the murder of an MTA bus driver. Police say this man right here, they're still searching for, Leon Douglas Hill. And they say they want him in connection with the shooting death of Elaine Jackson. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with the latest weekend violence and its impact that it's having on the city. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, as we start a new week, this weekend and really this whole month has been gripped by violence in Baltimore. Startling statistics showing that as of Sunday, the city has averaged a life lost every day so far for October. And on Saturday night, there were 2 separate shootings. And then early on Sunday, a woman was shot in the Federal Hill neighborhood.
When you see the same thing happening again and again and again, people want to leave. There are those that cannot leave. And so they feel this oppression. They feel this darkness. They feel hopeless.
Bishop Angel Nunez is a faith leader in Baltimore, and he says what he hears from his congregation is that they are not immune to the violence. He says that people are scared.
The people are concerned. The people are nervous. The people are scared. They're not like, oh, okay, here's another year, another 300.
And as of Sunday, there have been 277 murders, on pace to be over 300 lives lost again this year. Back to you.
Olivia, though, we hear the frustrations. You can hear the anger and the concerns, though, in Pastor Nunez's voice. What is he calling, though, to stop all the bloodshed?
Well, Tom, he's calling for tougher penalties for the crime, and he's also calling for help from above. He says at this point, we need divine intervention and prayer. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
A Harvard-Harris poll shows 64% of Americans are blaming rising crime on woke politicians. Here in Baltimore, some experts point to policy as the reason behind the increase in crime. For example, City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby not prosecuting what she calls low-level crime, or Mayor Brendan Scott not allowing police to get squeegee kids off of the intersections.
The hands-off approach doesn't work, hasn't worked. And, we can be hopeful. We've got a state's attorney coming in now in Ivan Bates that has made it clear that he intends to restore actual law enforcement.
Now, some argue those policies are also behind staffing shortages within the Baltimore Police Department. BPD rolled out several initiatives to try to attract new officers back in August, but vacancies since then have only fallen from 392 to 420.
Well, we want to know what you think about this. Do you blame so-called woke politicians for the recent rise in crime? So far, as you see on the bottom of your screen right there, 94% of voters have said yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
And please join us for your next Your Voice, Your Future town hall at the Hoover Memorial Church on Loch Raven Boulevard. It happens today at 6:30 p.m. The subject is about young people and crime and whether the answer lies in the church.
9:34, and we are now waiting to hear from prosecutors in the federal case against City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby after her defense team filed a request for the case to be moved out of Baltimore. The request came in Friday, and it's under seal, which means that it's not clear why Mosby wants her case moved. In the past, her defense team argued negative local media coverage had tainted the potential jury pool, even though Mosby herself has appeared on multiple national media discussing this case. It's also not clear where Mosby's defense team wants the trial to be held. It could be moved out of state or to Maryland's only other federal courthouse in Greenbelt.
Most of the jurors very likely will come from Prince George's County, people of color. So perhaps her defense team may believe they'll get a more favorable jury pool in the Southern District of Maryland.
I don't know that she's necessarily going to get a jury that's more favorable to her. They certainly would not be as familiar with the facts of the case.
Well, Mosby's trial has already been pushed back twice. It's now set to begin March 27th. And of course, we will let you know the outcome of the change of venue request.
We are now just over 2 weeks away from November 8th, the midterm elections. And beginning this Thursday, Maryland residents can cast their ballots in person. Early voting will wrap up on November 3rd. But if you'd like to vote by mail, you need to request that ballot by next Tuesday, November 1st. And remember, same-day registration is available on Election Day, but you've got to bring your proof of your address and your ID. Be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming election. Just scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you straight there. Or you can do it the old-fashioned way and just go to baltimore.com/vote2022. Coming up, a local family will be on Family Feud tonight. They're joining us here live in studio to take us through this experience.
True Balance Fitness this morning. We've been working out. Now we're going to have a nice, healthy refreshment to kickstart our morning. That's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
9:39. It's So Baltimore. True Balance Studios in Towson, correcting muscle imbalances and getting you fit.
They take a holistic approach to working out and staying healthy. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark has been there all day. He's live in Towson with more. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. So we've been working out this morning. Now, I've known Allie for over 17 years, and I call her Ingredients Girl because she's all about good ingredients. So, Allie, we're going to do a little drink to get us kick-started this morning, right?
Yes. So,
no sugar, no salt, basically.
Well, yeah. So just make it full of nutrients. You want the lemon juice to break down the kale.
Now, something I didn't know, guys, Allie says if you do kale, you need to have lemon to break it down. Didn't know that.
Yes. And then we have a natural diuretic, the celery and the cucumber. So you just mix that. You can use a bullet or you can also use a blender. Add some water to it. Blend it up super quick. Take just a few seconds. And then we're going to get, Mark is going to try this deliciousness.
All right,
this is going to give you a lot of energy. Just a shot of that in the morning.
Is that how much right here?
Yeah, it's good.
Now, should I
Have
put
a shot.
a little vodka in here or just by itself?
You can add some protein.
You're not going to join me?
I need another glass.
Oh, daggone. Okay, guys, bottoms up. Here we go. Ah, gamey.
There's no sweetener to it.
Don't even lie. I didn't see any honey go into that shot.
No.
I didn't see any honey go in there.
Maybe a little slice of apple or anything, something to break down all that green?
I think Allie's played a joke on you.
It's delicious. I feel healthy, though. I feel healthy.
Okay, I feel healthy. You couldn't even just say the word delicious. You're like, it's I feel healthy, though. I got you. I understand.
We know what that means. We do.
I don't think you could be hanging out with ingredients, girl.
Okay, for that recipe, maybe you want to go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks or not.
I feel healthy.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
And the Baltimore family, okay, going to be on the Family Feud tonight.
Yes.
The Murphys will join us live right after this break to talk about their journey. I'm excited for this.
Look at their smiles.
I know.
Oh, wait a minute. Come on. Are they in the money or not?
Oh, we got to know that. We got to know that. You're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. We're back in just a bit.
The question.
No. There's too many questions right now. Tonight, you can cheer on a Baltimore family as they bring their Game 2 family feud. In fact, right now, we're joined by some siblings here. We've got Erica and Dorian Murphy, and you've got some questions.
This is so exciting. I mean, we're excited for you guys. Congratulations for making it on the show. Tom and I are geeking out over here. What was it like, the experience, meeting Steve Harvey, going on TV, all that good stuff?
It was awesome. It was fantastic. He is extremely funny.
Yeah.
It was probably the best experience.
Is he cracking up on the commercial breaks like that?
Absolutely. That's the best part.
Yeah, see?
Entire comedy show. Entire comedy show.
Like 4 feet away from you, right? Because he's like walking right there.
Yep.
Now, I know you guys, your episode's going to air tonight. Now, we can't know whether or not you won or not, but are you like 1? Are you 2? Like, how does it go, 1 through 5?
I was 1. He was 2.
And I was 2.
Yeah. And then who else is there?
Right, because I want to find out, are you still talking with the rest of the family? Because there's only 2 out of the 5 here.
Okay.
So I'm nervous.
So our family is kind of spread out about the East Coast.
Okay.
So we've got family in Florida.
Yeah.
It was myself, my sister Erica, my twin brother Corey, and my cousins Kawan and Danya.
No way. All right. So were you impressed with anybody there? Because you were the leader of the group, right?
Yes.
Were you impressed with some of the answers? Like, oh, seriously, that was a good answer.
Yes, I was very impressed with some of the answers. I picked very good teammates to come with me.
Well, tell
on
us
the
about
show.
that. They didn't know that you were doing this, though.
Right.
Tell us about how the process started back in January.
So back in January, I was just home doing some work from home, and I watch Family Feud every single day.
On FOX45.
On FOX45, on all the channels it comes on. I love Family Feud. And so I'm like, you know what, let me go online and see what it takes to go on the show.
Right.
So I filled out the information, and I already knew who my 5 would be, because, you know, we're really close. And after I did that, I just waited, and then a couple of weeks later, got the audition, and then I told them, like, you want to be on Family Feud?
What was that like, Dorian, getting the call?
So I'm the owner of a personal chef for hire company called Chefin', and we were super swamped throughout all of the year. But I will tell you, I canceled it all just to make sure that I was here.
Yes, all right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a family bond.
When you guys are there and you know Steve's talking and you see the stuff in the show and you see that part where all the family huddles, like where they're trying to come up with the answer.
Yes.
You know, did you guys practice with a strategy on how to do it? Because I know how I like to play the game. Like if it's a hard question, I'm passing, but nobody ever wants to pass. They're always like, nope, we'll play, Steve.
Right. So when we would get in the huddle, there's always a strategy, because a little behind the scenes, you get to watch other families compete too.
Oh, you do? Right.
Yeah, so like while you're waiting to go, you get to watch, and so you're trying to take the best of what you're seeing that they're doing, and then some of the things that aren't working for other family members, and you go in the huddle, try to come up with as many answers, and then you have one person kind of listening to what the other family is saying, so that when everybody comes out of the huddle, we know what we can't say, and we know what the best answer out of the remaining answers are.
All right, so now, Dorian, though, sitting here, you're in the huddle right there when they're like, okay, you're going to do it. We're going to steal from the other family. We're going to take this. We're going to do this. And you're looking around. Do you look at one person in the group, or does somebody say something where everyone's like, no, we're not saying that?
Okay, so our family always came up with really good answers in the huddle.
Yeah.
But there's only one person who gets to say it, and that's the leader. So she gets.
She's like,
heck yeah, I'm the
so
leader.
she gets the final say on what we came up with in the huddle. So, but we have an awesome leader. So at the end of the day,
what's the
we
age?
knew.
Who's the first sibling here?
I am.
So
you are?
Yeah.
I am.
Are you the baby of the family?
Yeah, so my brothers are twins.
Yes, so I knew it. This is like, oh my goodness, this is almost like Freudian right now. You can break this down right here.
So my brothers are twins, and then it's me. So I'm the baby and I'm the girl. Worked out perfectly. Yeah.
She is the leader. All right, so the Murphy family, guys, on Family Feud tonight, 6:30, right here on Fox 45. And again, we hope that we're going to watch it tomorrow night and Wednesday night and Thursday night.
I mean, they recorded this in May, so
they
they may have taken May and April. We can get them for the next like 4 months right here, right? You guys are smiles. Any new cars, right? Don't answer. Don't answer.
All right. Thank you guys for being here.
No, thank you. Thank you.
All right, Family Feud, Fox 45.
Yeah.
Man,
it could be twins.
Tom and I just totally get. You know what, Tom?
That was cool.
I'm going to
Thank
run
you.
outside and see if there's a new car.
Yeah, seriously, go check it out. See if they're driving one or not.
I don't see any new cars. I don't know.
Man,
They might not have
top 5
brought
answers on the board.
We'll have to see what's going on. All right. Okay, let's go. Let's take a look at our forecast. And we asked 100 people, right? Yeah. It said the top 5 answers are, what do we want for our weather on a fall Monday afternoon? And survey says sun. Not going to be the case, unfortunately. They put the big X, 3 strikes and you're out. All right, looking at our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, a lot of cloud cover that's out there right now. The good news is we're not seeing rain. I mean, so even though we have the cloudy skies, we'll have a stray shower or two today. We're not talking about big heavy downpours or anything like that. Just a lot of moisture hanging around from this coastal low that is bringing all of the cloud cover around. The real rainy spot is just to the north and to the east of us up toward New York and Philly right now. This is it. This is that L right there, that area of low pressure. So that's what's bringing all the cloud cover, and that's also what brought some of the rain showers to us earlier today. Now, the hourly future scan, again, showing us mainly cloudy skies. Couple of little green blobs flowing through there into the afternoon and evening time, and we'll see a few of those showers possibly later today. But overall, just not tracking a lot of rain. Hank the Bird excited about that. Survey says. What? Did you hear just what Frank just said? He said survey says. 63 by noon and into the mid-60s into the later part of the afternoon today. Across central Maryland, you're going to see those low to mid-60s for today. Not only here, but up and down the East Coast. And look how much warmer it is in the West. We're talking 75 in Pittsburgh, almost 70 in Cumberland, and almost 80 in Charleston, West Virginia. That's where the sun will be shining for today. Don't worry. We're going to get that sunshine back later this week. In fact, by Wednesday, we'll see the temps in the lower 70s, upper 60s on Thursday, and then mid-60s into Friday and Saturday under mostly sunny skies to wrap up the month of October. That's right, the final weekend of the month right around the corner.
All right, thank you, Justin. Trending now, another successful Harbor Festival. Harvest.
That's just not an easy one, Tom. It's just not.
I failed right there. I apologize.
It's all right, because families swarmed together at the Inner Harbor yesterday afternoon. They enjoyed the fall fun. The event featured rides, games, and a hay maze, a petting zoo, a pumpkin patch. All types of festive things took place at the one-year anniversary of the reopening of the Rashfield Park. So families were loving the venue.
Oh, yeah. The Baltimore County branch of the NAACP held its first Health and Wellness Fair. The event offered job resources, free health screenings, holistic services, and a whole lot more. You can find more on this event as well as any other upcoming events right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Ravens fans, you're celebrating this morning, but still kind of like, oh, it was barely got it, but we did get it, right? They got a special visit during the game, too. Coming up, we're reviewing highlights and key plays that clinched the win, the divisional win.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Ravens waking up victorious this morning. Another big Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium as the Ravens welcome their division rival from Cleveland. Yeah, and it was one of those where you're like, oh no, not again. And then they ended up pulling it off. The day started, though, with 10-year anniversary celebration with Super Bowl 47. Hall of Famer Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, ton of others were in the house for this game, too. The Ravens played well, but nearly blew another double-digit lead. Gus Edwards, though, yeah, he was good. He had scored 2 touchdowns in his first game back from torn ACL. The Ravens ended up beating the Browns, holding on for the win, 23-20. There's some controversy, too, on that play where there was offsides, offense versus Browns.
But a win's a win, though.
A win's a win.
A win is a win. And many people showed off their purple pride, like this picture from Amber. She sent us a picture of London looking like a little football herself. And remember Monaco, our Ravens makeup lady? Yeah, back with another one. Another work of art on the other side of her face. Just look at that. Wow. All right. Ravens will face the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this Thursday. And ahead of that game, we want to see your purple pride. Go ahead and send us your pictures to us at foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Yeah, they're not going to be back home until November 20th.
Wow.
That game is on Fox 45. But yeah, they've got 2 away games, 2 primetime games, and then the bye week, and then November 20th back here at M&T Bank.
Right before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, right before Thanksgiving, yeah. Let's take a look outside or 10-day forecast, how it's going to be outside. Mid-60s today. We will have the potential of a few isolated showers still this afternoon. We actually slide into the lower 70s both Tuesday and Wednesday, and then each day gets a little bit better, especially Thursday and Friday. Really nice days ahead, a great fall weekend. And if you look on the right side of your screen next Monday, that's Halloween. And it's looking right now dry with temperatures in the lower 60s and should be a nice, cool, crisp fall evening to get some of that candy for the kids.
Yeah, and the candy. Do you hand out candy corns for the kids?
Oh, yeah.
Or do you eat it?
I eat
do?
them, too. If I have enough saved over, then I'll hand them out.
You're the one that likes candy corn.
I'm the one. We both like candy corn.
I could take them.
I'll eat
Super
3,
stew.
and then I mean good for the year. So.
You're the only one, I think, who doesn't like candy corn.
I think it's the same candy corn that's been passed around for the last 30 years. I think it is.
It's good,
Never
though.
goes bad.
Regurgitating it. All right, great.
So I said.
That's what we do with our news, too.
Right?
So, have a good day.
Have a good Monday morning.
What?